Chapter 12:06. Some of the pharmacists were waiting anxiously, some were thinking hard with their heads lowered, and some were discussing something in low voices. However, when they saw a 16 or 17-year-old youth suddenly enter the courtyard, they all revealed an astonished expression. One had to know that the youngest person here was over 40 years old. Ling Xiao's age was really too young. Ling Xiao didn't care about these people's doubtful gazes. Instead, he walked into the courtyard. There was a pavilion with a chair inside. An old man was lying on it, and Fengming Piao Shui was accompanying him. Ling Xiao was looking at Fengming Piao Shui, and Fengming Piao Shui also noticed Ling Xiao. "Why are you here?" Fengming Piao Shui wasn't very happy to see Ling Xiao. This guy didn't give her any face when they were in the Divine Phoenix capital. He actually contradicted her in front of others, which made her very angry and unhappy. "Why? You know each other?" Although Changle Patriarch was injured, his speech and walking were still relatively normal. Fengming Piao Shui asked the young man, who had just arrived. "Grandfather, this guy is the Ling Xiao I was talking about. He's too arrogant. He didn't give me any face and embarrassed me in front of my peers." Fengming Piao Shui shook Changle Patriarch's arm and said, "Hee, so he's the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao of the Celestial Empire. Interesting. I didn't expect him to be so young." Changle Patriarch looked at Ling Xiao with interest in his eyes. "Grandfather, help me teach him a lesson. Otherwise, I'll lose a lot of face." When Phoenix Cry Piao Shui was in the Divine Phoenix Academy, she had a completely cold and aloof appearance. But in front of this everlasting joy old ancestor, she suddenly became a delicate girl. It was really unknown which was her true face. "Piao Shui, don't mess around. Those who came here today are all here to treat your grandfather's injuries. How can you teach him a lesson?" A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s shook his head with a bitter smile and said to Fengming Piao Shui, "Is he worthy of treating my grandfather's injuries? If he can really cure my grandfather, I'll marry him." Piao Shui's face was filled with disdain. Although she knew that Ling Xiao knew some medical skills, her grandfather's injury was a big problem that even a yellow-level super pharmacist couldn't solve. With Ling Xiao's ability, how could he solve it? "Lady Piao Shui, I can't afford it," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "What did you say?" Phoenix Cry fluttering. Snow couldn't believe it. "Could it be that I'm not worthy of a human like you?" That asterisk, 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 and Laozu's expressions were ugly. After all, Fengming and Piao Shui were their relatives. To be looked down upon like this was not giving them any face. This isn't a matter of whether I'm worthy or not. I've only come here for one thing, and that's the everlasting joy flower of the everlasting joy celestial island. As for other things, I haven't considered them yet." Ling Xiao said calmly, "Looks like you're pretty confident. All right then, stand aside. If you can really heal this old man's injuries, not to mention the everlasting joy flower, this old man can even give you something more valuable than the everlasting joy flower." Laozu had a request after all, so he didn't insist on blaming Ling Xiao. However, like Piao Shui and Piao Shui, he didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously. He felt that it was a young man's arrogance that wasn't worth mentioning. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and stood aside to wait. About 15 minutes later, Tong Gang led the last batch of pharmacists into the side courtyard. No one knows the exact condition of our Laozu's injuries. It's precisely because we can't find the cause that we can't treat it. With so many pharmacists here today, I believe that with everyone's combined efforts, there will be a way. Let's begin. Everyone, according to the order you entered, come forward one by one," Tong Gang announced. "As long as you can find the cause of the Laozu's injuries, You'll receive a generous reward. If you can treat it, the reward will be doubled. Hearing this, the pharmacists all lined up. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He found a place to sit down and then drank tea while watching the performance of those people in front of him. The diagnosis process of these people was also a reference for him. The first to diagnose the cause of Laozu's injuries was a white-bearded old man. He was estimated to be over 100 years old. Moreover, he was a yellow-level super pharmacist, the strongest among the yellow-level pharmacists. However, after more than 10 minutes, he shook his head helplessly and said, "Sorry, this old man is incompetent. I can't actually determine the cause of the Laozu's injuries. This injury is really strange. I really can't find out what caused it." Piao Shui, and Tong Gang didn't look disappointed when they heard this because they had already expected this result. After all, before coming here, they had tried to get the pharmacists on Laozu to diagnose the Laozu, but they couldn't find the cause either. The old man walked to the side, but didn't leave. After him, many pharmacists rushed over excitedly and then shook their heads helplessly. Unexpectedly, no one was able to diagnose the true cause of Laozu's illness, let alone treat it. "Sai, this old man has already said that it's pointless to come here. Which alchemist on Everlasting Joy, Immortal Island, isn't better than the alchemists here? You guys just had to come here and torment people." It seemed that Ling Xiao was the only remaining pharmacist who had yet to make a move. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch was thoroughly disappointed and even a little angry. He came to the City of Sin from the Changlu Celestial Island with a sick body. That was quite a torment, so of course he felt uncomfortable. The pharmacists who had already made the diagnosis had ugly expressions, even though they were very indignant about Patriarch Changle's words. However, they had to admit that they couldn't make a proper diagnosis. They could only hang their heads and sigh helplessly. "Senior, you're wrong. The alchemists of the Changlu Celestial Island are not necessarily better than the alchemists of the City of Sin. If they were better, then Senior wouldn't need to come here." At this moment, a cold and arrogant voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "It's him." Everyone looked and saw that the person who spoke was the young man who was drinking tea. "Impudent! How dare you speak to my grandfather like that?" Fengming Piao Shui said furiously. The surrounding pharmacists who had failed looked at Ling Xiao with anticipation. They were also unhappy with Laozu's words, but they didn't dare to refute. Since Ling Xiao stood out, they naturally supported him from the bottom of their hearts. They just didn't dare to say it out loud. "Impudent! Didn't your family teach you to treat an alchemist who came to save a patient with such an attitude? I think you're trying to kill your grandfather, right?" Ling Xiao glanced at Fengming Piao Shui and suddenly retorted, I didn't." Fengming Piao Shui was at a loss for words. She didn't know how to refute Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao was right. Chapter 1207. Shut up if you don't have such thoughts. Ling Xiao glanced at Fengming and Piao Shui and said, "Also the pharmacists who came here today, regardless of whether they can diagnose the cause or not, have worked hard. You didn't even say a word of thanks. Don't tell me you think you're so superior that you're used to looking down on others." Tong Gang, did you hear that? Pay them for their hard work later. We can't let others think that the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island doesn't know etiquette. The Changle Patriarch looked at Ling Xiao with a fierce glint in his eyes. However, he still ordered Tong Gang to do as Ling Xiao said. He didn't like this young man. This young man was too arrogant. "Little brother, you've said so much just now. Are you confident that you can cure my injuries?" After instructing Tong Gang, the Everlasting Joy ancestor turned to Ling Xiao and asked, "Confident? May I ask if the strongest pharmacist in the everlasting joy celestial island has the confidence to cure your injuries? Ling Xiao retorted, Good lad, your words are sharp. That's right. Even the strongest pharmacist in the everlasting joy celestial island can't cure my injuries, but he doesn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. What about you? I believe you have your reasons for being so arrogant, right? The everlasting joy ancestor said with a smile. Are you threatening me? Ling Xiao asked coldly. The everlasting joy ancestor was stunned. He had been roaming the Jianghu for so many years, but he had never seen such a young man who wasn't afraid of his threats and even dared to go against him. That's right. This old man is threatening you. If you can't diagnose the cause of this old man's illness, then be prepared to receive this old man's fury. If you can really diagnose the cause of this old man's illness, then this old man will apologize to you in front of these people. His attitude suddenly became resolute. There's no need for an apology. If I diagnose the cause of my injuries, you have to give me 3 everlasting joy flowers. If I'm cured, you have to give me another 10 everlasting joy flowers. How about that? Ling Xiao didn't care about apologies. What he wanted now was the everlasting joy flowers, and the more, the better. You're really asking for an exorbitant price. The everlasting joy flower blooms once every 300 years. Even the everlasting joy immortal island only blooms a total of 20 flowers. You dare to ask for 13 flowers? Everlasting joy said with a smile. Is your life worth less than 13 flowers of Zhangla? Ling Xiao asked. Ha ha ha, good. Since you are so confident, then come and give it a try. This old man agrees to your request. The Changle ancestor did not like Ling Xiao's arrogance because he felt that Ling Xiao had no reason to be arrogant. However, if Ling Xiao could really heal his injuries, then it would not be arrogance but true ability. He would not hate it. On the contrary, he would do everything in his power to make friends. Enough nonsense, let's begin. Ling Xiao walked towards the everlasting joy patriarch, and then stood there without moving. What? Are you scared? The everlasting joy patriarch asked with a smile. It's not too late to give up now. If I give up, you'll be the one dead. Stop pretending. You don't seem to know that you've been poisoned, right? Ling Xiao's voice was cold and unyielding. You're just a patient in front of me now. Don't think of yourself as some patriarch. Grandfather, this guy is too arrogant. He's here to take advantage of you. Don't be fooled by him. Fengming Piao Shui said loudly. Noisy. Go and get a chair. Do you want me to stand here and heal? Ling Xiao glared at Fengming Piao Shui and said, What right do you have to order me? Fengming Piao Shui also glared at Ling Xiao. Tonggang, go and get a chair. This little brother is interesting. The everlasting joy patriarch was extremely shocked. The fact that he had been poisoned was pointed out by a black-grade alchemist who passed by the everlasting joy immortal island. Unfortunately, the alchemist's price was too high. Even if the entire everlasting joy immortal island were to be sold, it would not be enough. Therefore, the everlasting joy patriarch was unable to treat him. Today, Ling Xiao actually said the same thing. How could he not be shocked? Wait, I'll let her go. Ling Xiao did not believe it. Fengming Piao Shui, didn't you insist on acting cold in front of me? Didn't you look down on me? Then I'll let you serve me. Fengming Piao Shui, wasting a breath of time is wasting your grandfather's chance to heal. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I'll go. Fengming Piao Shui seemed to really love her grandfather. When she heard Ling Xiao's words, she hurriedly brought a chair and placed it behind Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao sat down, the everlasting joy patriarch hurriedly asked, Little brother, how did you know I was poisoned? Also, what kind of poison was I poisoned with? You don't need to know the diagnosis method. It's a professional secret. As for this poison, it has never been recorded in the medical books of the mystic world. However, I was fortunate enough to read a medical book from outside the mystic world that mentioned this poison. It's called white blood poison. Ling Xiao continued to examine the everlasting joy patriarch's body as he answered, "White blood poison. This poison is truly unheard of. What's so terrifying about it?" Asterisk, 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 asked from the side. After being poisoned with white blood poison, you won't die immediately. Instead, it will gradually destroy your body. Even if you're a powerful yin-yang realm warrior, you won't be an exception. Ling Xiao answered, "Fever is one of the most common symptoms of white blood poison. It manifests as different degrees of fever and fever. The main cause of fever is infection. Among them, angina, stomatitis, and perianal infections are the most common. Pneumonia, tonsillitis, gingivitis, perianal abscesses are also more common. Ear inflammation, enteritis, carbuncles, and pyelonephritis are also common. In serious cases, sepsis, and so on can occur." Although the average person wouldn't understand Ling Xiao's words, the pharmacists present understood very well. In fact, they had also discovered that the everlasting joy patriarch had similar symptoms. However, the problem was that they didn't know the exact cause of the illness, so they couldn't treat it. The symptoms of white blood poison aren't just fever. The most obvious symptoms are bleeding. The bleeding can occur throughout the entire body. Bleeding from the skin, gingiva, and nasal cavity are the most common. There can also be bleeding from the retina, the ears, the brain, the digestive tract, the respiratory tract, and other internal organs. Ling Xiao continued, "Yes, that's right. There are indeed such symptoms." At this moment, the everlasting joy patriarch no longer had his previous domineering and arrogant attitude. In front of Ling Xiao, he was just a frightened patient. In addition, there may be symptoms of anemia. The patient is often accompanied by weakness, a pale complexion, palpitations, shortness of breath, edema of the lower limbs, and other symptoms. Senior's condition is already quite serious. Ling Xiao touched the severely edematous lower limbs of the everlasting joy patriarch and said, at this moment, the pharmacists standing at the side all stared with their eyes wide open. At first, they only felt that Ling Xiao could speak for them. Therefore, they had a good impression of Ling Xiao, but they definitely didn't admire him. But now, they had already expressed a kind of lofty admiration. Chapter 12:08. A young man who was only 16 or 17 years old was able to accurately describe the discomfort caused by the white blood poison that came from outside the mystic world. This guy was simply a genius in the world of pharmacists. It would be strange if they did not admire him. Senior is still relatively lucky. The white blood poison has been suppressed by your powerful inner strength. It has yet to enter your spirit, sea, and heart meridians, so it has not caused any more serious danger. Ling Xiao said after checking, "That means there's still hope." Changle Ancestor hurriedly asked, "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Although the white blood poison is powerful, there is a special treatment method recorded in the medical book that came from outside the mystic world that can help to expel the white blood poison. Little sir, if there's any method, just say it. Whatever you need, this old man will definitely do it for you." Changle Ancestor was a little anxious. These days, he had been tormented by the poison miserably. It could be said that his life was worse than death. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his body's condition was continuing to deteriorate step by step. If this continued, he might become a cripple sooner or later. He had worked hard for so many years to cultivate to the yin-yang realm. How could he be willing to die like this? You'll have to ask your family about this. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Piao Shui and said with a smile, Ling Xiao, you don't have to look at me. If you need me to do anything for grandfather, I'll definitely do it. Feng Piao Shui said firmly. Oh, what if you want to use your life to exchange for Changle ancestors? Ling Xiao asked with a faint smile. What? As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Everyone's expression was different. It could even be said that it was somewhat interesting. This old man has seen this treatment method in the medical book. It's exchanging a life for a life. A yellow-level super pharmacist stroked his beard and muttered to himself. I've also heard of it, but this method is too cruel, so I've never learned it. Another pharmacist nodded and said, Feng Piao Shui clearly believed Ling Xiao when she heard these two people's words. Her body suddenly began to tremble. Death was something that should have been far away from her, but she didn't expect it to be so close to her now. Little mister, if you must sacrifice your life, let me do it. Lady Piao Shui is still too young. Tong Gang was the first to speak. Are you a direct descendant of the Changle ancestor? Ling Xiao asked. No. If not, then don't say anything, because it's meaningless. It has to be a direct blood relative. Ling Xiao shook his head. What about me? I'm the ancestor's daughter. Can I do that? That asterisk thought for a while and finally spoke. Can I? I need to check it first. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his finger, and a cold light flashed past. That woman felt as if she had been pricked by needles, and then she didn't feel any pain. No, although you are his biological daughter, you don't match him. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Didn't you say that you would do anything for your grandfather? Why are you suddenly mute? I'm willing. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui suddenly raised her head. Although her eyes were filled with tears, her eyes were very determined. Oh, her reaction surprised Ling Xiao. It seemed that although this girl was spoiled and unruly, she was quite affectionate and righteous. Little mister, is it really only a life for a life? Is there no other way? The Changle ancestor was a little hesitant at this moment. He really couldn't bear to take his granddaughter's life to save him. He also felt a little disdainful. No, Ling Xiao answered very seriously. The Changle ancestor closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. There was obviously some helplessness and regret on his aged face. Forget it. Perhaps this is my fate. I still have to thank little mister for helping me diagnose the cause of the illness. Tong Gang, go and prepare the reward. 3 Changle flowers. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. In fact, he could have turned around and left at this moment because he had already obtained the Changle flowers. Although there were only 3 flowers, it should be enough to make a pretty good sachet. However, he didn't leave. It should be said that this family's performance had moved him. Senior, your choice saved you. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly pointed at Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui initially wanted to resist, but in the end, she chose to accept it calmly. No, the Changle ancestor and **** wanted to stop him, but Ling Xiao's attack was too sudden. Furthermore, the Changle ancestor was poisoned. **** wasn't very strong, so it was impossible for them to stop him. As for Tong Gang, he didn't plan on stopping him. After all, the Changle ancestor was more important than Phoenix Cry Piao Shui in his heart. What are you all so nervous for? I was just joking. There's no need to exchange a life for a life. I just need to borrow a bit of Phoenix Cry Piao Shui's bone marrow. Ling Xiao smiled and said, that's why I said that Senior Changle ancestor's choice saved you. If you had chosen to ignore Phoenix cry Piao Shue's life and insisted on surviving, I would really have left you in the lurch. Are you serious? The Changle ancestor and the others were overjoyed. Of course. Ling Xiao, don't save people for money. I only care about my heart. If I hate someone, I will never save them. Fortunately, I don't hate your character. Although you were a little arrogant before, it's understandable that you have such a strong cultivation and are an elder of the Changle Immortal Island. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Young sir, this old man doesn't know what to say. The Changle ancestor was really shocked and emotional. Although the young man in front of him was young, he was very mischievous. He really couldn't keep up with the pace of many of his actions. However, he really liked this young man. He did things according to his heart, regardless of what others said. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Phoenix cry, Piao Shui, you should also lie down by the side. You might feel intense pain later, but it won't hurt your body. You must endure it. It will be over in about an hour. Ling Xiao instructed. All right. Phoenix cry Piao Shui had already wiped away her tears. Suddenly, she felt that Ling Xiao didn't seem as annoying as before. For some reason, she even felt a little grateful to this man. If it hadn't been for this man, she wouldn't have known that her grandfather cared so much about her. The pharmacists beside them had never seen the treatment process before. Even the Yuan venerate in Ling Xiao's body had never seen it before. All of this was a treatment method that Ling Xiao had created based on the new memories in his mind. It was very easy to use the martial techniques of the mystic realm to achieve this. It was even 100 times easier than in the mystic realm. Phoenix cry Piao Shui bit the towel in her mouth. It was obvious that she was in a lot of pain, but this girl had actually endured until the end. Chapter 1209. All right, it's over. Later, I will prescribe some medicine. You can ask other alchemists to help you make them. If you take them consistently, both of your bodies will recover quickly. After the treatment, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. The treatment process seemed simple. However, without the help of the Tai Chi, the slightest mistake could have cost both of their lives. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you would have the ability to reverse the situation. I am completely convinced. I will have to trouble you from now on. The Changle ancestor was truly convinced. In his life, he rarely convinced others. However, the young man in front of him, who was only 16 or 17 years old, had such unfathomable medical skills. He couldn't help but believe that there really were monsters in this world. You don't have to praise me. I didn't help you because I was doing a good deed. I need to be rewarded. Ling Xiao said calmly. Hearing this, the Changle ancestor admired Ling Xiao even more. Any ordinary person would want to get close to him when they encountered such a situation. They would definitely be so proud that their tails would be wagging. However, this Ling Xiao was still so calm. It was as if this treatment wasn't worth mentioning at all. This is the prescription and the method to make the medicine. I believe that even a high-level Huang-level alchemist can make it. If you have any questions, feel free to find me. I will be in the city of Sin for the next few days. Ling Xiao wrote down the prescription and refining method of the medicinal pills used for recuperation. These weren't rare items. So, it didn't matter if they were leaked. He didn't care too much. Tonggang, pass on my message. Tell the Changle Celestial Island to bring all the Changle flowers that are currently blooming to the city of Sin. The Changle ancestor suddenly said to Tonggang, Are you sure you want all of them? Tonggang asked doubtfully, Yes, all of them. This young man is my savior. It's just a few dozen Changle flowers. Do you want me to be stingy? All right, I will pass on the message right now. Tong Gang turned and left. Ling Xiao also said, "If there's nothing else, I have to go back. When the Changle flower arrives, have someone send it directly to Princess Yunya's residence. Since little mister is in such a hurry, I won't stay any longer. I will be staying in the city of Sin for a while, and will only leave after the alchemy conference ends. If little mister encounters any trouble, you can come and find me." Patriarch Changle did not know how to repay this young man for saving his life. Therefore, he decided to help if he could. "Thank you." Ling Xiao cupped his fists towards everyone, and then he left the Black Python clan's estate under the accompaniment of that woman. When the other pharmacists saw that Ling Xiao had left, they were too embarrassed to stay and chose to leave one after another. Only the yellow-tiered super pharmacist stayed behind. "Apothecary Lin, I'll have to trouble you to refine these pills. Remember, before you refine them, check them to see if there are any problems." Although Patriarch Changle was grateful to Ling Xiao, he had already been poisoned once, so it was inevitable for him to be cautious. He did not suspect Ling Xiao, but he felt that Ling Xiao was too young. The previous treatment methods might have been taught by an expert, and he was afraid that the expert behind Ling Xiao would plot against him. Therefore, he had to check if the medicinal materials were harmful. "Patriarch, don't worry. I know." Apothecary Lin left with the prescription, but Fengming Piao Shui lay there in a daze. She did not speak for a long time, and there was a strange look in her eyes. "Ha ha, little girl, your heart is rippling. Do you want me to help you set them up? I think Ling Xiao is not bad. Whether it is his appearance, cultivation, or his pharmacist level, he is a first-class talent. My Piao Shui will not feel wronged if she marries him." Patriarch Changle said with a smile, "Grandfather, what are you talking about? Didn't Ling Xiao say that he already has a woman?" Fengming Piao Shui said with a red face, "What are you afraid of? If you really like him, I will take care of everything for you." Patriarch Changle said very seriously, "Forget it. I know Ling Xiao. Although he is arrogant, if you treat him with sincerity, he will reciprocate with sincerity. Grandfather, I know what you want to do, but it won't work. I'm afraid it will annoy him." Fengming Piao Shui shook her head and said, "What's more, the white blood poison in your body has not been completely removed. If you offend him at this time, you will be in trouble. I didn't expect my Piao Shui to suddenly become so mature and steady. It's rare." Patriarch Changle said in surprise. At this time, Ling Xiao had returned to Princess Yunya's residence. There was actually a reason why he hurried home. In the process of detoxifying Patriarch Changle, he collected all the white blood poison into his mountain river world and condensed it into a white crystal. Because this thing came from outside the mystic world, it was very valuable for research. He returned home to study it as soon as possible. After all, the white blood poison was too powerful. He was also afraid that it would be dangerous if he kept it in the mountain river world. To his surprise, when his heavenly elemental energy came into contact with the crystal, he discovered that it contained the pure energy from the everlasting joy ancestor's body. This energy was suppressed by the white blood poison and could be easily subdued and transformed. This was simply an unexpected gain. Ling Xiao seized the time and began to cultivate. From the time he returned to the house until the sky was dark, he finally completely transformed the pure energy into his own heavenly primary energy. At this point, his cultivation finally broke through again and advanced to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. He was one step away from entering the 10 directions heaven realm. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was to advance. Therefore, there were many times when such circumstances were needed. Ling Zhao's adventure could be considered an additional gain. Just as he was feeling happy about his breakthrough, he suddenly realized that he had transformed and tamed the white blood poison. The terrifying white blood poison could be freely controlled in his mountain river world. He tried to circulate his heavenly primary energy and transfer the white blood poison through his meridians to his fingers. This process was completely unobstructed. It was as smooth and natural as circulating his heavenly primary energy. Maybe I can use this white blood poison with the shadow profound meaning. After all, they are both energy of the same cold attribute. Ling Xiao was a warrior who liked to innovate and transform martial arts. His light profound meaning could release high temperatures, so the power of his moves was generally greater than that of the shadow profound meaning. Although the shadow profound meaning was unpredictable and impossible to guard against, its lethality was still insufficient. If he integrated the white blood poison, this situation would be fundamentally different. Thinking of this, he condensed a shadow all in the palm of his hand. The white blood poison followed the heavenly primary energy and integrated into the shadow all. Chapter 12:10. The combination of shadow and poison powers, because they were of the same attribute, coupled with Ling Xiao's perfect control of energy, actually made the shadow cone undergo a new change. Poison shadow cone. This is your name from now on. This is really an unexpected gain. I didn't expect that saving people would have such benefits. Ling Xiao looked at the move in his hand that had become more powerful and smiled. He was naturally in a good mood. When he was preparing to consolidate his current training results, suddenly there was a rustling sound on the roof. Since you're here, come in. It's not good to step on other people's roof. Ling Xiao looked up at the roof and said lightly. At the same time, he raised his hand and the door opened. Hee, young hero Ling is really amazing. You can even find this. Before the person arrived, the bell-like laughter arrived first. A moment later, a woman walked in from the door, with a slightly wild dress coupled with a pair of eyes full of spirit. It made people feel that she wasn't ordinary at first glance. I don't know the name of the beauty. Why are you looking for me when it's dark? Ling Xiao really didn't know the person who came. While Luiying, the person looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. Although her whole body was wrapped tightly, the lower body was wearing tight leather pants, and the upper body clothes perfectly outlined the enchanting and charming figure. This woman still knew how to show her beauty and wildness. Seductive little wildcat. This was Ling Xiao's evaluation of the woman in front of him. Although Hua Luiying's beauty wasn't as beautiful as Yueminu or even Cold Plum, but she had a special flavor. This kind of woman easily made people have a strong sense of conquest. Ling Xiao didn't know Hua Luiying, nor did he know what Hua Luiying did, nor did he know why Hua Luiying came to him so late. But there didn't seem to be any hostility from the other party. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind trying the newly strengthened poison shadow cone. Hua Luiying? Never heard of it. Ling Xiao shook his head. It's okay. I'm the second leader of the Double Flower Pirates. Can we sit down and talk? Hua Luiying asked with a smile. Please take a seat. Ling Xiao made an inviting gesture. Hua Luiying casually found a place to sit down, and then stared at Ling Xiao's broad chest, which was full of masculine charm, and laughed foolishly. Captain Hua, you still haven't told me why you're looking for me. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a coat quickly covered his body, covering his powerful muscles, before he asked indifferently. He knew that these pirate women were very powerful. They were different from traditional women. They would really snatch some men they fancied onto the ship to enjoy themselves. It was like a male pirate trying to snatch a woman. Look at what you're saying. Can't the two of us get close to each other for no reason? Hua Feiying rolled his eyes at Ling Xiao, but his eyes were filled with seduction. No one would believe that he wasn't trying to seduce Ling Xiao. Close? Ling Xiao smiled, and said, "Leader Hua, you can't say such things carelessly. My woman lives next door. If she hears you say such things, I'm afraid she won't let you off." This sounded simple, but it was actually a threat. Hua Luiying had seen how powerful Cold Plum was. Even a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist like Python Sky was easily defeated by Cold Plum. She couldn't compare to Python Sky, and naturally wasn't Cold Plum's opponent. "Young hero Ling, do you really think I'll eat you up? This time, I'm here to get closer, but it's not what you think." Hua Luiying suddenly stood up and gave Ling Xiao a flirtatious look. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if his spiritual sea was being invaded by something. Then, he was shocked to find that Hua Luiying, who was standing in front of him, actually started to dance that incomparably seductive dance. Every dance seemed to be seducing his soul, making him unable to extricate himself. The whole room was filled with an enchanting atmosphere. Everything seemed to have become peachy. Ling Xiao felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his body, and his lower abdomen was unbearably swollen. At this moment, he actually had an impulse to go over and press Hua Luiying to the ground, and then have 300 rounds of sex. Faintly, he heard his own rapid breathing, and beads of sweat appeared on his body. Then, Hua Luiying used that extremely seductive dance to get closer to him, and gently blew into his ear, making a seductive sound like a demon. All of this happened in an instant. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye suddenly opened, and an extremely powerful soul power gushed out, like the water from hell, filling the whole room. All of the enchanting scene suddenly disappeared. Only Hua Luiying sat there, in a strange posture. His eyes were blurred, and he was as beautiful as a peach blossom. Strange and shameful sounds came from his throat. Backlash. Ling Xiao smiled. In a moment, he understood what had just happened. This Hua Luiying, he didn't know where he learned such a powerful seduction technique. It was similar to what Ling Yu of the Ling family practiced, but much stronger. Just now, Hua Luiying tried to use this seduction technique to make Ling Xiao lose himself and fall into an illusion. But he didn't think that Ling Xiao's soul power was too strong. Not only did it destroy the seduction technique, but it also made Hua Luiying suffer from the backlash. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao directly brought a bucket of ice water from outside and poured it on Hua Luiying's head. The ice-cold stimulation made Hua Luiying recover from his loss of self-control, and his pretty face was as red as a ripe apple. "Leader Hua, you actually used your seduction technique to deal with me. Could it be that we have a grudge before?" Ling Xiao smiled and asked. Ling Xiao was very interested in the wet Hua Luiying, but when he thought of the cold eyes of the Moon Lady, he immediately calmed down. "Young hero Ling, why you say that? Don't you understand? I just like you." Hua Luiying said very boldly, "You like me, so you use this method to deal with me?" Ling Xiao asked with a cold face. "We children of the sea are just this direct. We don't have time to talk about love when we want to get a man or woman, because no one knows if they will be able to come back alive tomorrow. The sea is full of danger, 10 times scarier than on land." Hua Luiying's seduction technique was destroyed by Ling Xiao, so he might as well just let it go, and said directly, "But what I, Ling Xiao, hate the most is being forced, you know?" To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little angry just now, but after hearing Hua Luiying's words, he wasn't angry anymore. He just felt that it was a little ridiculous. "If I didn't force myself, you probably wouldn't even look at me." Hua Luiying sighed and said, "This woman was really honest and really daring. She actually wanted to force herself on a man." Chapter 12:11. Feelings can't be forced. Captain Hua, don't do such childish things in the future. If I really did attack you just now, you would already be dead." Ling Xiao said faintly, It's already late. You should go back. I still have things to do tomorrow, so I can't accompany you. Young hero Ling, I can go back, but today, other than my own intentions, I also have a mission from my sister. Hua Luiying suddenly became serious and said, "Oh, your sister is looking for me. For something? That's right. She wants you to join our Twin Flowers pirates." Hua Luiying replied, "I'm not interested in being a pirate." Ling Xiao shook his head and rejected. He was the Dragon King of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Why would he become a pirate? Young hero Ling may look down on our Twin Flowers pirates, but you may not know this, but in the mystic world, the ocean takes up almost 70% of the area, and the land only makes up 30%. The forces in the ocean are far stronger than you can imagine. If you join our Twin Flowers pirates, you will definitely see a whole new world. Hua Luiying continued to persuade. Ling Xiao heard this and couldn't help but think for a moment. He believed Hua Luiying's words. If the Twin Flowers pirates didn't have a big force behind them, then it would really be hard for them to do well in this area. After all, they weren't the only pirate group near the City of Sin. There were some that were close to their level of strength. For example, the infamous One-Eyed Pirates. The leader of this pirate group, One-Eyed, was also very strong. Although he wasn't as strong as Hua Fuguang, he was much stronger than Hua Luiying. "Sorry, I'm not interested in what big force you have behind you. Of course, I appreciate your good intentions. We can be friends, but I don't plan on joining you." Ling Zhao's attitude was very clear. Joining an unknown big force would also mean taking on unknown risks. To him, it wasn't worth it. He didn't like that feeling. "Young hero Ling, I still hope that you can consider carefully." Hua Luiying said very seriously, "If you join us, you can get a large amount of cultivation resources that you lacked before, including pills, martial arts, and so on. You can also obtain the protection of the great power behind us. Not to mention here, even in the entire Divine Phoenix continent, no one would dare to easily offend you. The conditions are indeed generous, but I'm really not interested. Leader Hua, go back and tell your sister about my intentions." Ling Xiao said faintly, "And this so-called big force of yours is too insincere. If you want me to join, why don't you come and invite me yourself?" Hua Luiying didn't know how to answer. Was he supposed to say that the power behind her wasn't interested in Ling Xiao at all? Did the two sisters think that Ling Xiao had great potential, so they made the decision to invite him? However, she still did not quite understand. Ling Xiao was actually not interested in medicinal pills or martial arts. She did not know that after Ling Xiao obtained the help of the Human King, he already had a systematic cultivation method. There was no need for external martial arts to interfere with him. As for medicinal pills, he was a powerful alchemist himself. Why would he need to look at other people's faces? He hated being restrained the most, especially by unknown big forces. It felt as if he was being kept in captivity. "Young hero Ling, I'll say something you don't want to hear. The big force behind us has actually never looked at you seriously. It's just that my sister and I feel that you have potential, so we came to invite you. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to join this force in the future." Hua Luiying reminded him, There's no big force in this world that Ling Xiao, would beg to join." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If it was before he joined the Yuehua school, he might have considered it. However, after experiencing so much, he already had everything he needed. There was no need to rely on any big force, so he would definitely not do so now. "You're too conceited." Hua Luiying sighed and said, "You may not know that you've already been targeted. If the martial spirit of Tao Tai was obtained by the Black Python clan, perhaps no one would dare to say anything. But now that it's in your hands, that might not be the case." Thank you for your reminder, Leader Hua. I know what I'm doing. Would Ling Xiao be afraid? He wasn't even afraid of the Black Python clan. So why would he be afraid of someone who would be afraid of the Black Python clan? Well, in that case, I won't say anything more. Young Hero Ling, you should think about it carefully. I've been staying in the Black Wind House in the city of Sin for the past few days. If you've thought it through, you can contact me anytime. Goodbye. Hua Luiying could tell that Ling Xiao was very stubborn and persistent. It was almost impossible to threaten him with anything. She didn't want to push him too hard, so she stopped and chose to leave. Let me send you out. You may not know that you've already been targeted when you entered this house. It's really not easy to leave alone. Ling Xiao stood up and said, Impossible. I was very careful when I came in. Hua Luiying said, Then you can try. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Hua Luiying hesitated for a moment, then jumped out. However, she came back a moment later, looking a little embarrassed. Hee, do you believe me now? If you come to me in the future, you can go through the front door directly. Otherwise, people will think you're an assassin. Ling Xiao smiled and walked out first. Hua Luiying followed behind him and successfully walked out of Princess Yun Ya's residence. Young Hero Ling, thank you for sending me off. I'll leave first. Hua Luiying had suffered a lot tonight, so she didn't have the arrogance she had when she came. Okay, be careful on the way. Ling Xiao watched Hua Luiying leave. Then he turned and went in. Hua Luiying turned a corner at the intersection. There was a small stall selling food, like wontons under the cover of the night. This wasn't unusual. In a place like the city of Sin, many retired warriors like to do this kind of thing. They were tired of the disputes in the martial world and treated this kind of thing as enjoyment. At this time, there was a woman sitting at the wonton stall. Her pretty face was actually 90% similar to Hua Luiying's, but she looked more mature. She was wearing soft armor and looked extraordinary. At first glance, you could tell that she was someone who often fought and killed. Although there were evil eyes looking at her from time to time, when they saw the woman's appearance, they were scared and avoided her. The leader of the Twin Flowers pirates, Hua Fuguang, was a female demon who killed people like flies. Even in the city of Sin, not many people dared to provoke her. Sister, I've really embarrassed myself this time. Hua Luiying sat beside Hua Fuguang. In the night, they outlined a beautiful scenery. The two were twins, and they were both very good-looking. They were really eye-catching. Chapter 12:12. Why, a 17-year-old kid actually made our experienced leader, Hua Luiying, succumb to him. Hua Fuguang used a handkerchief to wipe his mouth as he asked with a smile, Sister, don't mention it. That kid isn't human. He's a monster. Hua Luiying laughed bitterly. You've really screwed me over today. You forced me to use my seduction skills, and in the end, I was just asking for trouble. You used your seduction skills, and you still couldn't conquer him? This person's willpower is so strong? Hua Fuguang asked in shock. It wasn't because of my willpower, but because his soul force was too strong. The moment I used my charm technique, it was as if I saw a demon god appear in front of me. Then the charm technique backfired, and I was foolishly tricked by myself. Speaking of this, Hua Luiying really had the heart to commit suicide. That kind of ugly state was actually seen by an outsider, especially by the person he claimed to be pursuing. This was simply depressing. Looks like this Ling Xiao should have cultivated some soul-related martial arts. According to our investigation, Ling Xiao knows a soul race woman called Ling Yixue. I'm afraid he learned from her. Hua Fuguang thought for a moment. Ling Yixue. Sister, you mean Ling Yixue? Hearing this name, Hua Luiying suddenly stood up in shock. That's right, it's Ling Yixue. Heroic Soul Palace's holy maiden, a peerless genius. Hua Fuguang replied. I knew it. That Ling Xiao is actually so arrogant. I didn't expect him to be related to such a terrifying power like Heroic Soul Palace. Hua Luiying was completely listless. That's not it. After Ling Yixue left Sky Cloud City in Sky Dragon Continent, she no longer interacted with Ling Xiao. So Ling Xiao doesn't know about Ling Yixue's matters. He shouldn't be related to Heroic Soul Palace. Moreover, those fellows from Heroic Soul Palace are the true overlords of martial arts. They don't even care about people like Ling Xiao. How would they allow Ling Yixue to be with him? Hua Fuguang explained. All right, let's not talk about Ling Yixue. Since Ling Xiao isn't willing to join us, that's his loss and not ours. What you should be concerned about now is that treasure. Imperial Jade Seal? That's right. According to the news from above, the Imperial Jade Seal has appeared in the city of Sin. However, as for where exactly it is, we still need to find out. As long as we can get our hands on this item, then you and I can report back to our superiors. The benefits we will receive will not be ordinary. Hua Fuguang nodded. Ah, what a pity. During the day, Black Wind Tower auctioned off a large bronze seal, but I didn't see any heirloom seal. Hua Luiying sighed. He wanted to think about the Imperial Jade Seal, but he couldn't help but think of Ling Xiao. What's wrong with me? Hua Luiying smiled bitterly as he touched his burning face. All right, little sister, after we obtain the Imperial Jade Seal, we should set sail. The profound world is very big, and there are many outstanding young people. There is no need to hang ourselves on a single tree. Got it, sister? Although she said so, she still felt a strong sense of unwillingness in her heart. Was she going to give up on the man she liked just like that? On the second day, Black Wind Tower's auction went on as scheduled. Although many things happened on the first day, it didn't affect the auction on the second day. In the auction on the second day, the most eye-catching items were a high-grade, yellow-grade medicinal pill, a set of immortal-grade treasured sword, and a few sets of martial arts for Heaven Realm warriors. These were all the finale items, and in the end, they were sold for a high price of 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. Of course, after the Black Wind Tower took 20% of the commission, the remaining 80 million was Ling Xiao's. Hua Luiying still stayed in the Black Wind Tower because the Imperial Jade Seal could appear here at any time. His sister, Hua Fuguang, had already started investigating in secret. She looked towards the VIP box in boredom, but didn't see Ling Xiao's figure. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Python Sky Tower Master. That Ling Xiao didn't come? Hua Luiying couldn't help but ask Python Sky. Ling Xiao won't be coming today because he has to prepare for the alchemy conference. I'll personally send the spiritual stones to him later. Although Python Sky was still very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao, he definitely didn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao now. Ling Xiao's strength was undeniable. However, the most terrifying thing was the two women beside Ling Xiao. They were simply unpredictable. The weak succumbed to the strong. This was a matter of course. He didn't want to joke about his life. Python Sky, let me bring the spiritual stones back. I won't trouble you. Anyway, you don't want to see him, right? At this moment, Yunya had also finished her work as the host. She walked out and smiled at Python Sky. If Princess Yunya wants to do it for me, then I'm very grateful. Python Sky really didn't want to see Ling Xiao. Whenever he saw Ling Xiao, he would think of his brother, Mang Yuan, who had been killed. He was really afraid that he would do something impulsive. As he spoke, he handed a storage ring to Yunya and said, "There are exactly 100 million lower-grade spiritual stones in here. After Princess Yunya passes the spiritual stones to Ling Xiao, you just need to return the storage ring." 100 million. You didn't take a commission? Yunya asked curiously. The great master said that he doesn't need a commission. Although Python Sky didn't know why, the great master Python 5's words were like an imperial edict. The people of the Black Python clan had to listen and obey. Python Sky, where's that Ling Xiao? Didn't he come to the Raven Wind Tower today? Just as Yunya took the storage ring and was about to leave, someone suddenly barged in. That rude and unreasonable voice was like the roar of a wild beast in the Raven Wind Tower. Many people frowned when they heard it. They were very unhappy. However, when they saw this person, many people swallowed their complaints and didn't dare to say a word. At the entrance of the Raven Wind Tower, there were more than 10 people standing there. The leader was wearing an eye patch on one of his eyes. He was tall and mighty, and he looked like a small giant. He was about 3 meters tall. There were many scars on his head and body. He looked very ferocious and terrifying. This also added a lot of fierceness to his aura. I was wondering who it was. So it's the leader of the One-Eyed Pirates, One-Eyed Dragon. Why are you looking for Ling Xiao? Python Sky asked faintly. Nonsense. Of course I'm here for the martial soul of Tao Tai. This won't offend the Raven Wind Tower, right? Where is that kid? Get him out here and hand over the martial soul of Tao Tai to me with both hands. One-Eyed Dragon said loudly. He didn't hide his purpose at all. This guy is really here for the martial soul of Tao Tai. The surrounding warriors couldn't help but think to themselves. In fact, the news of the birth of the martial soul of Tao Tai had spread like wildfire late last night. Someone must have deliberately spread the news. Chapter 12:13. Someone purposely spread the news that the martial spirit of Tao Tai had fallen into the hands of the celestial emperor, Ling Xiao. This caused many tyrants to set their sights on Ling Xiao. Some were people that Ling Xiao had offended before, while others were here specifically for the martial spirit of Tao Tai. For example, the One-Eyed Man was one of them. The One-Eyed Man's One-Eyed Pirates were active in the waters around the city of Sin. Although they weren't as strong as the Twin Flowers Pirates, they were still a very powerful force. Even the Black Python clan wanted to rope them in and didn't want to mess with them. After all, pirates were people who lived on the edge of their blades. They were cruel and crazy. Sometimes they would really do unreasonable things that you couldn't guard against. These people were known as lunatics. They would even dare to mess with people who were stronger than them, let alone Ling Xiao. Even if he knew that Ling Xiao had a Grotto Heaven Realm elite like Cold Plum, he wasn't afraid at all. This was how lunatics did things. Of course, this lunatic had some strength. His cultivation had reached the full stage of the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm. He was stronger than Mang Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu. If there were no outsiders helping, Ling Xiao might not be his opponent. Hua Lying looked at the One-Eyed Man and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, I've said it before. Since you have the martial spirit of Tao Tai, trouble will come one after another. Although this One-Eyed Man's cultivation isn't as good as your woman, Cold Plum, he has a lot of people under him. He even has a special treasure. Let's see how you deal with him. Her thoughts were simple. If Ling Xiao couldn't deal with the One-Eyed Man, he would definitely ask for help. Then, the Twin Flowers Pirates would be able to intervene. It wasn't a bad idea to have a beauty to save a handsome guy. At the very least, Ling Xiao would owe them a favor. One-Eyed Man, don't mess around here. Ling Xiao isn't here today. Mang Tian looked at the One-Eyed Man and said lightly, Then where is he? The One-Eyed Man asked, Go look for him yourself. He hasn't left the city of Sin anyway. Mang Tian actually wanted to tell the One-Eyed Man where Ling Xiao was, but in the end, he didn't dare to. After all, Princess Yunya was still here. Go. The one-eyed man glanced at Python Sky. Perhaps he could tell that Python Sky was not lying, so he waved his hand and left with his men. Princess Yunya was in a hurry to go back and inform Ling Xiao. She was about to leave but was stopped by Hua Luiying. "Princess Yunya, let me go with you. It's one more helper." "I'm afraid you just want to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself, right?" Princess Yunya asked with a smile. "Your Highness, I'm just looking for a psychological balance. Even if I really want to see him make a fool of himself, I'll still help him if he's in danger. You won't object to me going, right?" While Luiying smiled. "Let's go, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Princess Yunya certainly understood Hua Luiying's thoughts, but he also had absolute confidence in Ling Xiao. After all, they had known each other for such a long time. Although he didn't dare to say that he was completely clear about Ling Xiao's strength, he still knew a little about it. He knew that this guy was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the Moon Lady beside Ling Xiao was so powerful that it made people tremble. If she made a move, not to mention the one-eyed man, even the Twin Flowers pirates wouldn't have the slightest advantage. As they spoke, the two walked out of the Black Wind Tower. Almost at the same time, on Emerald Wave Island, a giant ship broke through the waves and left the island, rushing in the direction of the city of Sin. The 1,000-mile sea was billowing, but it couldn't contain the hatred of the people of Emerald Wave Island. The third of the 6 young masters of Emerald Wave Island, the deadly sword Mo Xiaoyu, was actually killed in the city of Sin. If he was just the deadly sword, it would be fine. The key was that he was the young master of Emerald Wave Island. His death simply angered the entire Emerald Wave Island. Therefore, the revenge ship carried dozens of experts to Jade Wave Island to find the culprit to settle the score. However, at this time, the culprit, Ling Xiao, had just come out of the mansion of the Black Python clan. Today, he went there to check on the Changal ancestor. Today, the Changal ancestor's condition had completely improved. However, it would take some time for his body to fully recover. "Ling Xiao, we only brought 3 Changal flowers this time. You can take them back and use them first. The rest will probably take another 2 or 3 days to arrive. After all, the fairy island is still quite far from here." Phoenix Cry Piao Shue's attitude towards Ling Xiao had completely changed. From the disdain in the past to the admiration, now, it was only because of one incident. "It's okay. I'll wait. Anyway, the alchemy conference is only tomorrow. It will probably last for another 2 or 3 days." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Miss Piao Shui, you don't have to send me off. I'll go back alone and take a stroll on the street. Be careful on your way back. My grandfather said that someone deliberately spread the news about you in the Raven Wind house. Now, there are many people on the street who are hostile to you." Phoenix Cry Piao Shui reminded him. "Thank you for the reminder. I will." After finishing his words, Ling Xiao lifted his feet and left. In fact, he understood that the people who spread the news were very likely to be from the Black Python clan. These people did not dare to deal with him openly because they were afraid of the Moon Maiden. Therefore, they deliberately let him be in the eye of the storm. They wanted to borrow the hands of others to kill him. Ling Xiao thought to himself that perhaps he should kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This was the first person who came to find trouble with him. No matter what, he had to kill him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Walking on the street, Ling Xiao obviously noticed that many people were spying on him in the dark. They seemed to be hesitating whether or not to make a move. However, these people might have known about Ling Xiao's heroic deeds of killing Mo Xiaoyu and crippling Mang Xiao. They were afraid, so they did not really make a move. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of him. Before they came over, they shouted, "What's wrong, Princess Yunya? I'm just about to go back." You don't have to come looking for me. Did something happen? When they came closer, Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You're still smiling. Do you know that you're finished? Without waiting for Princess Yunya to answer, Hua Luiying said anxiously, Finished. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Luiying with a smile and said, Leader Hua, even if I don't want to join your organization, you don't have to curse me, right? Curse you? Am I that kind of woman in your heart? Hua Luiying said with a sad face. I just like you. Is it a crime to like someone? Stop. Let's not talk about liking someone. I'm wrong. Yunya, what's the situation? Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't get anything serious from Hua Luiying, so he simply looked at Princess Yunya and asked, Someone wants to deal with you, and it's a very ferocious person. Princess Yunya answered. A very ferocious person? Ling Xiao froze for a moment. Hua Luiying was so anxious that he stomped his feet. I say, why are you so calm? The person who wants to deal with you is the one-eyed man. Although his cultivation is not as good as my sister's, this guy has a magic treasure on him. Even a Grotto Heaven realm warrior would find it difficult to break his defense. In this way, he is simply very arrogant. This person has always been very cruel. He even dares to provoke the Black Python clan. This time, he came to find you for the martial soul of Tao Tai. Chapter 12:14. A defense that even a Grotto Heaven realm warrior can't break. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be interested. Although his defense was very strong now, it wouldn't be bad if he could continue to strengthen it. It would be great if he could snatch this treasure for himself. Interesting. Where is he? I'll go find him. Ling Xiao had been waiting to make an example out of someone, but he didn't meet anyone who dared to attack him. Now that he finally met such an arrogant guy, how could he let him go? You're crazy. That one-eyed man is leading his men to look for you. Why aren't you hiding? You want to find him? Is there something wrong with your brain? Although Hua Luiying's words were really unpleasant, Ling Xiao could feel the sincere concern in her words. This woman said that she liked him, but it didn't seem like she was just saying it casually. If it was any other woman, they would be eager to watch a good show. However, she was urging Ling Xiao to leave quickly. Leader Hua, don't you know that I have a not-so-elegant nickname? It's crazy. Ling Xiao grinned and looked at the dusty street in the distance. They're here. Quick, hide in the Black Python clan. Although this one-eyed man sometimes even dares to provoke the Black Python clan when he's crazy, he will still be cautious. Hua Luiying obviously noticed the arrival of the one-eyed man's men. She hurriedly pushed Ling Xiao in the direction of the Black Python clan. However, Ling Xiao didn't move at all. He smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, Leader Hua. At least I know that you do have good intentions towards me. Haha, you still have the mood to flirt on the street. You really don't care about me. Just then, a cold voice sounded on the street. The stalls on both sides of the street were already empty. The stall owners all hid in a safe place and watched the battle that was about to break out. This kind of thing happened almost every day in the city of Sin. Therefore, the stall owners were already used to it. To them, although this matter was torturous, it was also considered interesting. It could be considered a bit of entertainment in the midst of their boring daily lives. Hearing this voice, Hua Luiying's face suddenly stiffened. Damn it, there's no chance now. It seems that he really has to fight the one-eyed pirates today. It wasn't easy for her to truly fall in love with someone. She didn't want this person to be killed on the streets like this. Princess Yunya, you take Ling Xiao away. I'll stop the one-eyed dragon. At least he has to give me some face. A determined look appeared on Hua Luiying's face. This kind of woman was really a very straightforward person. Once she had decided on a man, she would unconditionally do what was best for him. However, just when Hua Ying had made up his mind to completely break with the one-eyed pirates, he was directly lifted up and then moved aside. "All right, Captain Hua, it's not time for you to protect me yet. Just watch from the side." Ling Xiao admitted that he was not strong enough. Sometimes he still needed someone to protect him. However, he was confident that there was no need for that when facing the one-eyed man. For this kind of battle where the difference in cultivation was not big, it was best for him to do it himself. "You're Ling Xiao, right?" the one-eyed man asked. "Yes, you're the one-eyed man?" Ling Xiao asked back. Your grandpa will never change my name." "That's right. I'm the one-eyed dragon in the martial world." The one-eyed man looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. Wasn't this just a kid who was still wet behind the ears? He thought that he was a master with 3 heads and 6 arms. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank. This one-eyed man was just as Hua Luiying said. He was simply a madman, a reckless man, and obviously the kind of guy who didn't care about the consequences, who gave him the courage to call himself Grandpa. "I have no grievances with you in the past. We've never even met before. Why are you looking for me so fiercely? What is it for?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "Yes, we've never met before. I'm here for nothing else but the martial spirit of Tao Tai. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. You go your way, and I'll go mine. We'll be strangers from now on. How about it? Call me Grandpa, call me Grandpa. You need a grandpa? Grandson." Ling Xiao was really angry. After all, he was only 17 years old. When he was young and vigorous, his attitude suddenly became fierce. Moreover, the other party's threat was simply not putting Ling Xiao in his eyes. Not to mention that the one-eyed man was just a half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Even if he was a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, he shouldn't be so rude to him. He was simply asking for a beating. "Kid, what did you say? You dare to scold me?" The one-eyed man frowned. He had heard some rumors about Ling Xiao. They said that this kid was stubborn and stubborn. He didn't give face to anyone. He didn't expect it to be true. "So, what if I scold you, grandson? The martial spirit of Tao Tai is now mine, Ling Xiao's. If you really want it, it's not impossible. Take out something of equal value. Otherwise, it'll go back to where it came from." Ling Xiao's attitude was very clear. Although the son of Tao Tai martial spirit was powerful, it was just icing on the cake for him. It wasn't necessary. If the one-eyed man could really take out something of equal value, and it was something he urgently needed, it was not impossible to exchange it. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, you seem to have misunderstood the situation. You dare to negotiate with your one-eyed grandpa?" The one-eyed man's eyes flashed with a sinister look. He laughed and said, "Of course, if you think this is a deal, it's not a problem. You can hand over the martial spirit of Tao Tai and save your life. This is a good deal for you." Hearing this, many people in the crowd secretly scolded him for being shameless. This was simply shameless. He wanted to take away other people's things, but was not willing to give anything. However, there was nothing they could do. The one-eyed man was stronger and had the powerful one-eyed pirates behind him. Even the Black Python clan had to give him some face, not to mention Ling Xiao. It was true that Ling Xiao was a young hero. However, before he grew up, he was no match for these old guys. He. Ling Xiao laughed as well. He looked at the one-eyed man and said, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Who gave you the guts to find trouble with me when you're merely at the half-step Grotto Heaven realm? Originally, I had no grievances with you. However, since you want to kill me, then don't blame me for being rude. You have a choice now. Either you turn around and scram, return to your one-eyed pirates, and continue to enjoy your life, or you die here and become the laughingstock of the city of Sin." Although Ling Zhao's words were very calm, to the warriors who were hiding in the dark and watching the show, it was no different from the rumbling of thunder. It was quite shocking. Chapter 12:15. This Ling Zhao was really brave. Facing the one-eyed man and his men, he was not afraid at all. He even gave the one-eyed man a choice. Either get lost or die. If this was the celestial capital, they might understand. After all, that was Ling Zhao's base. But this was the city of Sin. Where did Ling Zhao get his confidence from? What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you add fuel to the fire and piss him off? Hua Luiying was completely convinced by Ling Zhao. This guy was not afraid of death at all. Right, where's your female bodyguard, Cold Plum? I'll help you find her. You're no match for the one-eyed man. She had good intentions. It wasn't that she looked down on Ling Zhao, but the one-eyed man was much stronger than Mang Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu. Plus, he had a special treasure to protect himself. Ling Zhao wouldn't be able to get away with it. There's no need for Cold Plum to deal with trash like this. Ling Zhao looked back at Hua Luiying and said, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Good lad, you've got guts. Even Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao have to call me uncle when they see me. You're just an immature lad. How dare you threaten me in front of so many people? Do you have a death wish?" The one-eyed man was clearly enraged. Not only did Ling Zhao not give him face, he even dared to threaten him. If he turned and left today, he wouldn't be able to stay in the city of Sin anymore. "Wanna die? Can you kill me?" Ling Zhao asked back. "Hee, you'll find out soon enough." Before he finished speaking, the one-eyed man suddenly stomped on the ground. His body flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Ling Zhao. The place where he was originally standing had actually been stomped into a deep pit. It was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. When his body moved, the air exploded with a series of loud noises. A dark shadow of a long snake appeared behind the one-eyed dragon, which looked similar to the Black Python of the Black Python clan. However, the Black Python clan had a bloodline. His martial soul was a genuine martial soul. The moment his martial soul was released, his hands seemed to have turned into a soft snake's body. They suddenly elongated and pierced towards Ling Zhao's throat. The speed of his hands was extremely fast, even faster than the speed of his body. If he was hit, even with Ling Zhao's defense, he would still be injured. Furthermore, ordinary snake-type martial spirits were extremely poisonous, so Ling Zhao had no choice but to be cautious. So powerful! This one-eyed man doesn't make a move, but when he does, it's deadly. Yeah, I'm afraid Ling Zhao won't be able to escape this calamity. He's still too young and doesn't know the dangers of Jianghu. That's true. When you meet a lunatic like the one-eyed dragon, it's better to obediently hand over your Taotai martial spirit. Why are you being so stubborn? There's no benefit to it. Except for Princess Yunya, almost everyone at the scene thought that Ling Zhao was doomed, including Hua Luiying. This woman actually wanted to help in a moment of desperation, but she was stopped by Princess Yunya. "Don't be nosy. He can handle it." Princess Yunya knew Ling Zhao much better than Hua Luiying. Ling Zhao stood there, and the one-eyed dragon in his eyes seemed to have turned into a long black worm. Those two hands were like the tail of a black snake. It had to be said that the other party was still very strong. At least in terms of strength, he was indeed much stronger than Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. Just this pressure alone was stronger than the two of them combined. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. No matter how good a genius was, he still needed to grow up. When facing these old ginger, one really had to be careful. Of course, Ling Zhao was not Mo Xiaoyu or Mang Xiao. Today, the one-eyed dragon was really unlucky to have met him. In the face of the one-eyed dragon's explosive attack, Ling Xiao actually only took half a step forward with his right foot. Then, a sharp black awl quickly formed on the fingertips of his right hand. The moment the one-eyed dragon's attack arrived, he also released the attack on his right hand. Bang! The strange sound of the collision of energy exploded in the air. Ling Xiao's body involuntarily took a few steps back. One-eyed dragon flipped backward a few times before coming to a steady stop. Hee, your attack can't break my defense. He gently blew at the black mark on his arm. It only looked like a small scratch. Basically, Ling Xiao's attack had been declared ineffective. If it had been someone else, the sharp awl would have pierced the other party's arm directly. Of course, even so, under such circumstances, Ling Xiao was still able to accurately find the weak spot of the one-eyed man's attack and hit it. This still surprised the one-eyed man. Looking at Ling Xiao again, the clothes on his neck were cut. It was obvious that it was corroded. This was enough to prove that the one-eyed dragon's attack did indeed contain a strong poison. It seemed that Ling Xiao's judgment was not wrong. Is that so? Ling Xiao said as he looked at the torn clothes with an indifferent expression. Good lad, you're quite calm. However, it's useless. I've already estimated your strength. You're indeed more powerful than Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. However, you can't escape death when facing your grandfather, the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon laughed coldly and said, Don't be stubborn. Hand over the martial soul of Tao Tai, and I can give you a martial soul that's more suitable for you. What do you think? Are you afraid? Ling Xiao laughed. If he wasn't afraid, the one-eyed dragon wouldn't have proposed such a condition at this time. One had to know that he previously wanted to obtain Ling Xiao's martial soul of Tao Tai unconditionally. Afraid? I just don't want to cause trouble in the city of Sin. The alchemy conference is about to begin. It's not good to offend the Black Python clan. The one-eyed dragon said unhappily. If that's the case, then don't talk nonsense. The Black Python clan won't find trouble with you. Ling Xiao said. How do you know? It's simple. The Black Python clan won't find trouble with a dead person. Even if they want to, I'm afraid they can't do anything. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. It seems like you're really looking for death. The one-eyed dragon stopped talking nonsense. He suddenly lay on the ground, and his body underwent a drastic change. It was as if he had lost all his bones and turned into a flexible black snake. The pair of scarlet triangular eyes were gloomy, cold, and evil. Many people felt cold and fearful. From his mouth, a 2-foot-long tongue was spat out. It was glowing with a dark blue poisonous light. Hiss, hiss, the sound of a snake's hissing could be heard in the air. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the space where Ling Xiao was. Die! All of a sudden, the one-eyed dragon moved. His speed was faster than before. Several black afterimages appeared in the air, and it was impossible to tell which one was real. It was both real and fake. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Everyone was guessing how Ling Xiao was going to deal with this sudden attack. However, when they saw Ling Xiao, they were all dumbfounded. Ling Xiao had his hands behind his back. He had no intention of making a move. Chapter 12:16. Is he crazy? He's courting death. While the crowd was discussing, the snake shadows had already surrounded Ling Xiao. The poisonous light in the sky kept flashing, and then it kept attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't resist. His feet moved in a magical way, and he easily avoided the seemingly dense and terrifying attacks that were impossible to guard against. The poisonous liquid fell to the ground, and there was the sound of it corroding the ground. The bluestone ground had become bumpy, and there were many small holes caused by the corrosion. However, none of the attacks could land on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't escape. He just moved in the space of less than 2 or 3 meters, but he was able to accurately avoid the opponent's attacks every time. There was no one else who could do this. Hiss! Suddenly, a snake tail came out from the ground, and then it wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Let's see how you're going to hide. In the air, the one-eyed dragon swooped down. His hands were like poisonous thorns, and he directly pierced Ling Xiao's head. On the ground, Ling Xiao was tightly entangled by the snake tail that suddenly appeared. He couldn't move at all, and he was simply a human target. Alas, Ling Xiao is going to die now. His body movement is so good, but it's a pity that someone caught his weakness and broke it. Now, it's useless to escape. That's right. If no one comes to save him, he will definitely die. What people saw and thought wasn't wrong, but many people ignored the details of Ling Xiao's attack. Even Princess Yun, you didn't understand how Ling Xiao got into such a predicament. She and Hua Luiying both rushed over, trying to rescue Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, Princess Yun, you saw the victorious smile on Ling Xiao's face. She suddenly grabbed Hua Luiying. What's going on? If we don't save him, he will really be killed. Hua Luiying shouted anxiously. However, in the next moment, she suddenly shut her mouth and was completely stunned. One-eyed dragon, who was in midair, fell straight to the ground as if he was possessed. He had completely lost control of his body. As for the snake tail that extended from the ground, because it was also under Ling Xiao's control, it was also destroyed at this time. It was completely burned by the high temperature released from Ling Xiao's body. The martial artists who were secretly watching were also dumbfounded. They didn't understand what had happened. Everything was fine. So why did One-Eyed Dragon suddenly fall from the sky? This shouldn't be a mistake that a complete stage, half-step grotto heaven realm cultivator would make. Why? Why is this happening? Lying on the ground, the one-eyed man felt a piercing pain in his body. He didn't know when he had been hit, so he could only shout at Ling Xiao. You think you're the only one who knows how to use poison? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, If you really understand me, you should know that I'm an apothecary. What he used at the beginning was the poison shadow, all that had been strengthened by the white blood poison. Originally, he was just trying to see if the white blood poison could break through One-Eyed Dragon's defense. He didn't expect it to succeed. The penetration ability of the white blood poison was too terrifying. Even he was a little surprised by this. Unfortunately, even though One-Eyed Dragon had a powerful defense magic weapon, it was useless in front of him. So cruel. Not only is his martial arts talent outstanding, but he's also a powerful apothecary. I wonder what level he is at. I heard that Ling Xiao has been going in and out of the Black Python clan's mansion recently. It's said that he's treating the Changle ancestor of the Changle Celestial Island. So powerful. Yes, I heard that he solved a problem that even a yellow-grade super apothecary couldn't solve. How terrifying. There were still some people in the crowd who understood that Ling Xiao couldn't have kept going in and out of the Black Python clan's mansion a secret from everyone. Hua Luiying was also stunned at this time. After a long time, a helpless and bitter smile appeared on her face. She seemed to understand why Ling Xiao didn't want to join their force. Pharmacists, especially outstanding pharmacists, were always highly sought after by all the major forces, no matter the time. If he didn't join any force, he wouldn't be hated by those forces because everyone could use him. There was no need to get rid of him. Once he joined a force, the other forces would be eager to kill him immediately. This was a brilliant way of doing things. She even jokingly said that Ling Xiao would regret it. Now it seemed that Ling Xiao was the one who was truly far-sighted and thoughtful. I won't fall like this. I won't. One-Eyed Dragon, who was lying on the ground, suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Suddenly, several snake tails emerged from the ground. But this time, it wasn't Ling Xiao who attacked, but the people that One-Eyed Dragon brought with him. The moment the snake tails wrapped around those people, they were like straws that sucked the life force out of those people's bodies. In the blink of an eye, the dozen pirates that One-Eyed Dragon brought with him were sucked dry and died on the street. Looking at One-Eyed Dragon himself, he actually shed his skin. He broke away from the body that was full of white blood poison and became a brand new self. Although Ling Xiao could see that the white blood poison was still not removed, it was suppressed by his strong life force. Even if I die, I will definitely drag you down with me. After shedding his skin, One-Eyed Dragon stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing coldness and hatred. The white blood poison in you isn't that serious. If you're willing to apologize to me and pay me to help you expel the poison, you can still live. Otherwise, no one in this world can save you. Ling Xiao looked at One-Eyed Dragon and said lightly, "Ha ha ha ha, you want to take advantage of me? You want me to apologize to you? Not a chance. If I can't get the Taotai martial spirit today, I will destroy him." One-Eyed Dragon laughed crazily, obviously losing his mind. "If you really want to die, then I can't stop you," Ling Xiao said lightly, his face expressionless. He had given One-Eyed Dragon too many chances, but the other party was not willing to cherish them. "Me? Die. Hee hee, you will definitely die before me. Kid, have you heard of domain energy?" "Yes, the Paradise Domain can transform heaven's elemental energy into a more powerful domain energy, which can then affect the surrounding space and elements." How could Ling Xiao not know? He had already killed several Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Although those were battles under special circumstances, he had still accumulated some experience. It's good that you know. The complete phase of the half-step Grotto Heaven realm is completely different from the previous cultivators. This is because the complete phase of the half-step Grotto Heaven realm already possesses a domain of origin energy. In front of my origin energy domain, your heavenly origin energy is nothing. One-Eyed Dragon was not willing to reveal the secret of his domain energy unless he was at the end of his rope. But at this moment, he had no choice but to reveal it. Chapter 12:17. The One-Eyed Man had no choice but to reveal his trump card, Elemental Energy Field. In his opinion, only by using Elemental Energy Field could he defeat Ling Xiao. As he spoke, a strange sphere appeared around him. The sphere was translucent, and transparent water vapor constantly rose from it, forming a complete special space. Is that elemental energy field? It's elemental energy field that's fused with water elements. Although the special space couldn't continue to expand and couldn't use the Grotto Heaven domain like a true Grotto Heaven realm warrior, in terms of energy level, elemental energy field was indeed much stronger than elemental energy. When people looked at this special space, it was as if they were looking at a turbulent ocean. It was an overwhelming power that made people tremble in fear. Oh no, Ling Xiao really can't take it this time. The One-Eyed Man is going all out. He's even using his trump card. Sure enough, there's always someone stronger. As the leader of a pirate group, the One-Eyed Man can become a famous pirate second only to the leader of the Twin Flowers Pirates. It's not without reason. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao was talented. Not only was he a martial arts genius, but he was also a monster in the world of pharmacists. However, any talent needed time to grow and become stronger. Unfortunately, facing the enraged One-Eyed Man today, Ling Xiao might really be unable to escape death. Yunya, don't make a move. Not wanting others to disturb his battle, Ling Xiao gently waved his hand. Then he looked at the One-Eyed Man and said, Come on, let me see how powerful your so-called elemental energy field is. I'll stand here and wait for you. Ling Xiao's words made the onlookers secretly shake their heads. Ling Xiao was still too inexperienced. He didn't know how terrifying elemental energy field was. In front of elemental energy field was completely crushing power. Of course, at this moment, they still thought so. However, in the next moment, their thoughts changed instantly. Ling Xiao took out the shadow sword. The black sword body emitted a mysterious light. In that instant, a terrifying sword intent that looked down on the world swept out. It was like a storm of destruction between the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the entire street. Even the dark clouds above his head were directly pierced by the sword intent. The slaughter sword intent that could crush all life. The sword intent of destruction that could destroy everything. The will of mountains and rivers that could intimidate all living things. Tyrannical beyond compare. He rushed out in a rude and unreasonable manner. But this was not the end. Ling Xiao's body also formed a circular space. What was different from the one-eyed man was that Ling Xiao's space was actually formed by long swords that were completely condensed from energy. Sword domain. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Sword domain was the abbreviation for sword paradise domain. Many martial artists knew about it, but not many had actually seen it. This was because condensing a sword domain was too difficult. Although there were many swordsmen in the profound world, there were very few who could truly comprehend a sword domain. Most of the paradise domains formed by swordsmen were not sword domains. To them, the grotto heaven domain was just a supplementary function. But to Ling Xiao, the sword domain was a real weapon, fierce murderous aura, sword chi that broke through all obstacles. For a moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have become a true sword immortal, a sword god. The one-eyed man was a half-step to grotto heaven realm martial artist. It was normal for him to be able to condense the embryonic form of a grotto heaven domain, black water grotto heaven. But what about Ling Xiao? How could a mere peak level 9 martial artist be able to condense a grotto heaven domain? Moreover, it was the most difficult sword domain to comprehend. Of course, others didn't know, but Ling Xiao knew that his sword domain wasn't a real sword domain. It was simulated with the help of the mountain river martial soul. Although the aura was comparable, it was still far from a real sword domain. Of course, it wasn't inferior to the one-eyed man's half-baked black water grotto heaven domain. He's a real monster. It's unbelievable. In the crowd, almost everyone was shocked by Ling Xiao's sword domain. This was something he had not expected at all. The one-eyed man was also stunned for a moment. Then he said fiercely, "Good boy, it seems that I've underestimated you today. But you're only at the peak level 9 martial artist. It's impossible for you to condense a sword domain, let alone have a domain origin energy. You must be relying on external objects to create a sword domain. Compared to my real black water grotto heaven, it's not worth mentioning." "Is that so? Then you can give it a try. Is my fake sword domain or your real black water grotto heaven stronger?" Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile. A martial artist's cultivation couldn't be separated from external objects. As long as it was used appropriately, it wouldn't cause any harm and could greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Otherwise, even if you were a peerless genius, you wouldn't be able to increase your cultivation speed so quickly in such a short time. Ling Xiao had never been afraid of relying on the mountain river martial soul. Everything he had was brought to him by the mountain river martial soul. Therefore, he had to use the mountain river martial soul to do better than anyone else. "Cut the crap. Come on, let's fight to determine the winner." The one-eyed dragon roared. "No, it's to determine life and death." Ling Xiao shook his head gently. The power contained in the sword domain continued to increase. The sharp sword essence, with an invincible aura, destroyed all obstacles in front of it. He walked forward slowly, all the power of the sword domain condensed on the shadow sword in his hand. With every step he took, the ground would be cut open, and the air would constantly let out a mournful cry. Streaks of dazzling sword light emitted clear whistling sounds. They were filled with sharp sword intent of slaughter and destruction. At that moment, the one-eyed dragon subconsciously took a step back. He didn't even notice that his black water grotto heaven had many dents under the threat of the terrifying sword domain. It seemed like it would be penetrated at any time. Wait a minute! The one-eyed dragon shouted. The power of Ling Zhao's sword domain was completely beyond his imagination. He was completely frightened by the terrifying sword domain. His body trembled like a sieve. The black water grotto heaven was also trembling. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Ling Zhao was still walking forward. He had no intention of stopping. However, his speed was very slow. This slow speed gave the one-eyed dragon an incomparable sense of oppression and fear. I don't want the martial soul of Tao Tai anymore. I don't want it anymore, okay? The one-eyed dragon was a warrior in the complete phase of the half-step grotto heaven realm. Therefore, he could see that Ling Zhao's sword domain could definitely kill him. He was afraid. He was timid. He no longer had the courage to fight with Ling Zhao. What was face? He didn't want it anymore. He only wanted to stay alive. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to get even with Ling Zhao. However, once he was dead, he would have nothing. What's going on? The one-eyed dragon, a ferocious pirate, actually admitted defeat to a 17-year-old boy. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Chapter 12:18. At the very last moment, the one-eyed man begged for mercy. The spectators who were waiting for the final clash were dumbfounded. The one-eyed man was so arrogant and overbearing when he arrived. He didn't even give Ling Zhao a chance to negotiate. He demanded that Ling Zhao hand over the martial spirit of Tao Tai. If Ling Zhao didn't give it to him, he would kill Ling Zhao. It was as if Ling Zhao, in his eyes, was just an ant that he could crush at any time. In reality, everyone thought that Ling Zhao was going to be unlucky. Even if he didn't die, the martial spirit of Tao Tai would be stolen by the one-eyed man. That was the best outcome. After all, where there's life, there's hope. With Ling Zhao's talent, it would be a pity for him to die now. But this ending was something they couldn't have imagined. The one-eyed man, who was known as the tyrant of the city of sin and didn't even fear the Black Python clan, was no match for Ling Zhao. He didn't even have the courage to fight Ling Zhao one last time. He begged for mercy from Ling Zhao because he was afraid of death. He planned to leave and give up on the martial spirit of Tao Tai. Wasn't this all a dream? You want to leave now? Ling Zhao asked as he walked. That's right. I want to leave. I want to go back to the pirate ship right now. I don't dare to appear in front of you again. The one-eyed man, who had lost the courage to fight, could only think of escaping from here and never provoking Ling Zhao again. Even if he wanted to kill Ling Zhao, he had to be more prepared in the future. For example, he had to hire more masters. Today, Ling Zhao made him lose face. One day he would get it back. He didn't want to be mocked like an idiot. That day wasn't far away, but at this time, Ling Zhao's words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. If you wanted to leave before, I wouldn't have stopped you. But now you have no chance. You only have one choice, and that is to die. Either you die standing or you die kneeling. Ling Zhao wasn't an idiot. You wanted to kill me, so you came to block my way to fight. In the end, you realized that you couldn't beat me and wanted to leave? How could there be such a good thing in this world? If Ling Zhao's cultivation was weaker, Wouldn't he be killed by the one-eyed man? One-eyed man, one-eyed man, should I say that you're shameless or arrogant? Do you think you can kill me, Ling Xiao? When you attacked me, you should have understood that if you couldn't kill me, you would have to die. You can't kill me. I'm the head of the one-eyed pirates. I'm an ally of the Black Python family. Ling Xiao's Black Python clan. Allies? Who's Ling? Xiao said disdainfully. You don't understand at all. Although Meng Zhao's comma can be recultivated, but the comma, the comma, the comma. At this critical moment, the one-eyed man really went all out. He said everything he shouldn't say. Many people suspected that the one-eyed pirates and the Black Python clan secretly colluded to harm other forces, but there was no evidence. They didn't expect the one-eyed man to say it himself today. This idiot, Python Sky, who was hiding in the crowd, gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to tear the guy's mouth apart. The one-eyed man's words directly put the Black Python clans into the unjust. Python Skies is his true. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the crowd and pointed his gaze at Python Sky. Python Sky secretly cursed. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's eyesight to be so powerful. He was so far away, but he still knew that he was there. For a moment, countless pairs of eyes fell on him. Python Sky stood up helplessly and said, Young hero Ling, although the one-eyed man's words are not entirely true, they're not wrong. Our Black Python clans didn't let him deal with our competitors. We just have a cooperative relationship with him. I hope you can spare his life for the sake of the Black Python clans. Such an answer was also after careful consideration. He couldn't abandon the one-eyed man at this time. That's because the one-eyed pirates, like the Twin Flowers pirates, belong to a powerful force. If he really burned the bridge at this time, he would inevitably offend that powerful force. Therefore, he stood up to plead for the one-eyed man. What he said was a little too obvious, but there was no other way. He had to say that. Did you hear that, kid? If you dare to kill me, neither the one-eyed pirates nor the Black Python clan will let you go. The one-eyed man saw that Python Sky had arrived and immediately perked up. Python Sky, you bastard. Since you're here, why don't you help me? Hurry up and kill this kid. Shut up. Don't you think there's enough trouble? Python Sky was furious. How could he have such a stupid teammate? Can't he see the situation at all? Now is not the time for you to be pretentious. It's good enough that you're still alive. How dare you instigate me to kill Ling Xiao? You don't want to live, but I do. Just as Python Sky didn't know how to plead for the one-eyed man, Ling Xiao had already walked in front of the one-eyed man. You can forgive the heavens for their sins, but you can't live with the sins you bring upon yourself. Since you came to kill me, you should know that there's a possibility of you being killed. You asked for it. After saying that, Ling Xiao's sword realm suddenly vibrated. Countless sword lights merged into the shadow sword and pierced the one-eyed man's chest. You dare to kill. The horrified screams were completely suppressed by the roar of the sword realm. The one-eyed man looked at the unstoppable sword light in despair. He really didn't understand how Ling Xiao could be so bold as to not even give face to the Black Python clan. Did he really dare to kill him in front of Python Sky? He died with his eyes wide open. The sword fell. The one-eyed man's body was pierced through, and he fell straight onto the street. Dust and blood splattered all over the place. A ghastly wound appeared on his chest, and even his internal organs could be seen clearly. Dead. Completely dead. The famous one-eyed pirate captain, the hero of the city of Sin Sea region for many years, and a martial artist who was half a step to the Grotto Heaven realm, had died so easily at the hands of a mere teenager. a 17-year-old teenager without a single wound on his body. Only his collar was pierced. Such an ending was too big of a contrast. Countless people felt a huge sense of discomfort in their hearts. They felt that everything was so unreal, as if they were in a dream. Therefore, after the one-eyed man died, the street was dead silent. Everyone was still immersed in the scene that had just happened. Hua Luiying was one of the first to recover. Her body was trembling. She was excited. Excited. She loved this man to death. He was the perfect man that she had dreamed of. He was decisive and ruthless in his actions, and he didn't hesitate at all. No matter who the opponent was, whoever provoked him had to be punished. He would never be a coward. Chapter 12:19. Ling Xiao, now that you've had your fun, you can leave now. The city of sin is no longer a place for you to stay. Although she was excited, Hua Luiying was very rational. She knew what kind of trouble Ling Xiao would cause after killing the one-eyed man. Leave? I still have to attend the alchemy convention. How can I leave now? Ling Xiao shook his head. Don't be stubborn. You don't even know who's behind the one-eyed man. If you offend them, you'll be in trouble. Hua Luiying said anxiously. What? Don't tell me that the one-eyed man is like your Twin Flowers pirates, with a big boss behind the scenes? Ling Xiao asked. That's true. I've said it before. 70% of the mystic world's ocean area has given birth to countless powerful forces. Among them, there's one force that controls the entire ocean area around the Sky Dragon, Godly Phoenix, and White Tiger continents. Its name is Water God Temple, and its overall strength isn't any weaker than the strongest force in the White Tiger continent. It's even stronger than the Five Immortal Island. In order to make Ling Xiao leave, Hua Luiying said some things that she shouldn't have said. Water God Temple? Never heard of it. Ling Xiao wasn't being arrogant, but he really hadn't heard of Water God Temple. After all, his range of activity was limited to the Sky Dragon and Godly Phoenix continents. He hadn't even been to these two continents yet. Leader Hua, thank you for your kind intentions. However, it is true that I cannot leave for the time being. If I were to give up such a good opportunity to improve because of an unknown enemy, that would not be my style at all. Ling Xiao, you don't understand how scary Water God Temple is. You're looking for death. Do you know that? Hua Luiying shouted anxiously. Ling Xiao shook his head. If Water God Temple is really as powerful as you say, then even if I leave the city of sin, there's no point. That's true. Hua Luiying couldn't help but go silent. How about this? I'll help you investigate and see if Water God Temple will cause trouble for you because of the one-eyed man's death. Hua Luiying gritted her teeth. Thank you, Leader Hua, but you really don't have to do this. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. No, I've already said that I've taken a liking to you. Regardless of whether you like me or not, my thoughts won't change. Even if I have to become enemies with the Water God Temple, I will still help my man. Hua Luiying smiled brightly and left in a hurry. TSK. Young Hero Ling is really lucky with women. This captain, Hua's standards have always been high. There aren't many men who can catch her eye, and there are even fewer men who can make her like them. You're amazing. Princess Yun, you said with a smile. Yunya, don't laugh at me. I still have a mess to deal with. Ling Xiao shook his head. But you don't seem to be afraid or nervous at all. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. What's there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao, have always been accompanied by trouble. Ling Xiao said with a smile. If a person at the bottom wanted to climb up the internet, then he would inevitably be envied and framed. If he wanted to beat the heavens by half a step, he could only fight with his life. So, what if it was just a little danger? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the warriors hiding in the dark shook their heads secretly. Ling Zhao's character really made them feel good. In the face of people who bully you, you should be brave enough to do it, instead of cowering and being bullied by others. But after feeling good, they began to worry about Ling Zhao's safety. Not to mention the water god temple, the one-eyed pirates alone were enough to give Ling Zhao a headache. The one-eyed pirates had 4 fleets, and the 4 captains were all half-step Grotto Heaven realm warriors. The rest of the crew was close to 1,000, and all of them were celestial realm warriors. If the water god temple sent more people, it would be even more troublesome. After all, according to the rumors, the weakest person in the water god temple was a Grotto Heaven realm warrior. This time, no one knew what kind of master they would send, but no matter what, it would definitely be a Grotto Heaven realm warrior. Even if Ling Zhao could kill the one-eyed pirate, he had no chance of winning in the face of a Grotto Heaven realm warrior. Not to mention, the Black Python clan was involved in this. Although he didn't know why Python Heaven didn't help the one-eyed pirate, Ling Zhao killed the one-eyed pirate in front of Python Heaven, which was not giving face to the Black Python clan. Would the Black Python clan spare him? Yes, Ling Zhao was very strong, and his talent was ordinary, but with his current strength, trying to fight against the one-eyed pirates, the water god temple, and the Black Python clan by himself was simply courting death. Ling Zhao didn't want to lead the war to Princess Yunya's home. He also knew that the one-eyed pirates were nearby. If they wanted to find him, it wouldn't take more than a quarter of an hour. So, he simply found a stall on the street, ordered a bowl of spicy and delicious tofu pudding, and ate it as if nothing had happened. The warriors hiding in the dark on the street didn't leave, nor did they come out to continue their business. They knew the one-eyed pirates better than Ling Zhao. Their leader had been killed. The one-eyed pirates wouldn't give up so easily. Princess Yunya also didn't leave. She sat opposite Ling Zhao. She did this because she wanted to know more about how strong Ling Zhao was. After all, she didn't see the wonderful battle in the Divine Phoenix capital. Secondly, she was naturally just in case. If Ling Zhao really couldn't handle it, she would naturally take action. Today's Heavenly Dragon trading firm was also in constant disputes. One of the factions planned to cooperate with Ling Zhao and support Ling Zhao's celestial empire. This was Princess Yunya's treasure, so she had to be careful. The waiting time wasn't long. In less than a quarter of an hour, the earth began to tremble. A strange big ship flew directly from the sky and landed on the street. Rumbling sounds continued to rise and fall, and many buildings were crushed by this huge ship. It was as if there was an earthquake, which made people tremble in fear. It's really here. It's the one-eyed pirates' ironclad airship. Everyone was shocked. Although they had heard that the one-eyed pirates' ironclad airship was a rare mechanical ship, it was very rare in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent. Seeing it today, it was really an eye-opener for him. Ling Zhao is really in trouble. The 4 captains of the one-eyed pirates are here. It seems that there are also masters from the water temple. The one wearing a blue robe is one of them. The water god hall's people were all wearing water blue robes or battle armor. They had the water god hall's symbol on them, making them look very unique. It turned out to be something like a mermaid. She had long blue hair, a fishtail on the lower body, and a human upper body. At the same time, in the Black Wind Tower. "Sister, let me go. I have to help Ling Zhao." Hua Luiying was trapped by a restriction and couldn't leave, and the one who trapped her was Hua Fuguang, her sister. Chapter 1220. You can't go anywhere today. If we don't help the water temple, then we'll be helping Ling Zhao. If we go against the water temple for Ling Zhao, then all of us will die. Can you bear the responsibility then? Hua Fuguang was very calm. Even though she knew that if she did this and Ling Zhao died, Her sister would hate her for the rest of her life, but she had to do it. Because she was the leader of the Twin Flowers pirates, she had to be responsible for her crew. Sister, you can't do this. Can't you see that Ling Xiao won't die? Once he survives, his future will be limitless. Even the Water Temple may not be able to stop his growth. We have to help him now. Hua Fei shouted. Since you have so much confidence in him, then there's no need to worry. Hua Fuguang closed her eyes and ignored Hua Fei's shouts. At this time, on the street, thousands of pirates with blood on their hands jumped down from their ships. They were all howling like wild beasts from the sea. They were evil, sinister, and cruel. None of them were good people. None of them hadn't killed hundreds of people. These fellows had never felt pity for human lives. As pirates, their things were theirs, and other people's things were theirs. If they didn't give it to them, then they were stealing it. This was the simplest way pirates behaved. There was no reason to speak of. On the street, warriors hid in the shadows, not daring to even breathe loudly. They were afraid that if they angered these evil guys, they would lose their lives. However, Ling Xiao was still sitting at the stall, eating with relish, as if the person who had just arrived did not exist in his eyes. The leader was wearing a blue robe. He looked coldly at the corpse on the ground, with a completely shattered chest. He was the representative sent by the Water Temple to the city of Sin. His job was to gather wealth for the Water Temple. The One-Eyed Pirates did well in this aspect. They were the source of a large amount of wealth for the Water Temple. But now, the One-Eyed Pirate was killed, and he was killed after mentioning the name of the Water Temple. As the Water God Temple's Sin City representative, he couldn't tolerate the way the Water God Temple was treated. Standing on both sides of him are the 4 captains of the One-Eyed Pirates. The captain of the first team had fiery red hair. His cultivation was on par with the One-Eyed Man, and he had a powerful flame martial spirit. He's just a kid. If I were to make a move, I would be making a mountain out of a molehill. Captain Hua, you guys go first. There's no need to talk about Jianghu justice with him. Kill him without mercy. The representative of the Water Spirit Temple said coldly from the bow of the ship. Yes. Captain Hua looked at Ling Xiao, who was sitting in the booth, and suddenly punched out. As the flames rolled, the table in the booth instantly burned, and thick smoke billowed. Ling Xiao, get over here and accept your death. He let out an explosive roar that shook the heavens, not at all inferior to the one-eyed dragon from before. I've heard that the captain of the One-Eyed Pirates is very powerful. He is not weaker than their pirate regiment head. Today I saw him, and it's true. Everyone's expression was uncertain. Some of them were worried for Ling Xiao. Some of them were gloating. After all, there are still all kinds of people in this world. You can't ask everyone to do things according to your ideas. That's not realistic. But at this time, the only thought in everyone's mind was that Captain Hua's strength was not bad. If the rest of the people joined forces, Ling Xiao would be in trouble. However, the table was destroyed, but the bowl in Ling Xiao's hand was not destroyed, nor was the stool under his, but the bowl seemed to be suspended in the air. There was no support, but it didn't fall down and break, which made people stunned. People couldn't help but sigh secretly. This Ling Xiao is really good, but thinking about how domineering Ling Xiao was when he faced the one-eyed dragon just now, it's not surprising that he can do this now. Motherf Asterisker, are you trying to put on airs with me? Captain Hua's body was burning with red flames, and there was also a shadow of flames behind his body, which looked very powerful. Come on, tear that kid alive for me. Don't worry about anything. All of you go for me. Captain Hua roared, and the crew of a team rushed to Ling Xiao one after another. In their view, even if Ling Xiao was very powerful, there were nearly 300 people in their team, and all of them were Celestial Realm warriors. They were not afraid that they couldn't kill Ling Xiao. This bastard. Kill. Captain Hu waved his hand and shouted in a cold tone. Kill. The pirates did not have the discipline of an army, nor did they have a uniform fighting style, but one by one they shouted fiercely and rushed to Ling Xiao, still showing a strong power. However, at this time, a cold breath filled the entire long street. In the sky, snowflakes were floating. The cold chill came to the world, and all the pirates couldn't help but shiver, and their hearts were cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The wind blew. The snow was like a sharp blade. In the flexibility, there was a strong, murderous aura. Miserable screams erupted from the pirates. In an instant, the bodies of those martial artists who were the first to pounce on Ling Xiao actually gradually froze, turning into aqua blue ice crystals. The people behind did not have time to stop their momentum and hit these people heavily. The ice crystals fell to the ground and shattered. There was no blood, but the scene was equally strange and cruel. Any pirate who approached Ling Xiao could not escape the danger of being frozen. Pirates are also human. When the fear overshadowed the ferocity, they did not dare to act. After all, dozens of people have died in front of them, and the way they died was so strange that it made people sigh. Who helped Ling Xiao? People guessed in their hearts. And this person actually offended the one-eyed pirates in order to protect Ling Xiao. Who is Ling Xiao to him or her? What did he do? A group of remaining pirates surrounded Ling Xiao, but did not dare to step forward. The person who did it has not yet appeared. They don't know who is their enemy, but this person is definitely very terrifying. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came from Captain Hu's mouth, and he took the lead and rushed out. Without him, it was impossible for those under him to be Ling Xiao's opponent. He now understands. Yes. Finally, under the threat and encouragement of Captain Hua, the pirates regained their confidence, and the fear on their faces was replaced by ferocity again. They looked at Ling Xiao with cold eyes, and one by one they became fierce again. Go! Captain Hua rushed to the front, and a group of pirates followed closely behind, and the murderous aura condensed into a torrent and swept over. This time, there was no snowflakes flying, no cold chill. However, there were plum blossoms all over the sky. There was an elegant fragrance in the air which was intoxicating. Chapter 1221. Captain was sneered. Although he didn't know where these plum blossoms came from, they actually tried to block his attack. The flames all over his body gushed out and became more fierce. The fire soared and wrapped the plum blossoms. Idiot, if it was snow, I might have a little headache, but it's easy to burn the plum blossoms with fire. Captain Hu showed a smug smile. Is that so? A cold voice came through the air. It was a woman's voice. Looking at the plum blossoms again, they were out of the red flames, and they were still full of energy. There was no trace of being burned at all. Captain Hu only had time to show a shocked expression, and then he felt a tingling in his throat. The breath of life was stripped from his body. A miserable voice sounded almost at the same time. With Captain Hu dead, the remaining pirates were like duckweeds on the ocean, easily harvested. Their lives were as worthless as grass. The martial artists who were watching the fun were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, but the person who helped Ling Xiao was so powerful. This young man was not alone. It seemed that their guesses were wrong. The chosen one, the celestial emperor, with such an identity, how could there be no helpers? It was said that the water spirit temple was powerful and the one-eyed pirates were ferocious, but many people ignored the fact that the celestial empire had just overthrown the true demon empire. Behind Ling Xiao, there was also a powerful force. Death spread on the long street, and a group of nearly 300 pirates, led by Captain Hua, were all killed. They also died, inexplicably, and they also died in a very depressed manner. Gee, it's really not easy to kill Ling Xiao. People couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. Think about it carefully. Since Ling Xiao came to the Divine Phoenix continent, he has offended more than one master, but the result is that the people who offended him are basically either dead or crippled. Not only did he not die, but he is also getting stronger and stronger. It seems that unless the representative of the Water Spirit Temple takes action, I'm afraid that the one-eyed pirates will be wiped out today. That Ling Xiao is really calm. He is still eating at this time and has no intention of fighting at all. People really admired this young man more and more. Whether he was pretending or not, he had the ability to do so. If it were someone else, it really wouldn't work. Princess Yun had already put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand and looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile. She thought that the more time she spent with him, the more she knew Ling Xiao, the more Ling Xiao, but now she suddenly found that after spending more time with him, she didn't understand him. Instead, she became more and more unfamiliar with him. Ling Xiao had become more and more mysterious. It was as though he was a completely different person after not seeing him for a day. What surprised her the most was the first person who helped Ling to was Princess Yun. If he guessed correctly, it should be Phoenix Cry Drifting Snow without a doubt. She was truly impressed. Back when they were in the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, Feng Ming and Piao Shui had viewed Ling Xiao as an enemy. Yet today, they were willing to help Ling Xiao, even if it meant offending Water Divine Hall. This young man was really charming. Appearance, martial arts, medical skills, wisdom, almost everything was full of strange charm. There was no perfect person in this world, and Ling Xiao was no exception. However, many of his shortcomings were also fatally attractive. Arrogance was a derogatory term when used on others, but when used on him, it became a compliment. This was because the arrogance of others could lead to tragedy in the end. But he was always a comedy. At this time, Ling Xiao had finished eating the last mouthful of tofu pudding and threw the last piece of bun into his mouth. After swallowing it, he said faintly, "People of the one-eyed pirates, listen up. I am in a good mood today and don't want to kill, so don't challenge my patience. Whoever dares to attack me, I will kill, and I will never show mercy." The pirates of the one-eyed pirates shrunk again. Ling Xiao hadn't even made a move, but Captain Hua and the first team had already been wiped out. With just the few of them, they were like fish on the chopping board. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill them, he could kill them easily. There was no possibility of a comeback at all. The events in the city of Sin these 2 days proved one point. Ling Xiao was definitely not a soft-hearted person. On the contrary, he was very ruthless, especially to enemies. He would never show mercy. If he said he would kill, then he would definitely kill. It was not a joke. Captain Shark, Captain Tortoise, Captain Feng, the three of you come at me together. Don't tell me you're afraid of a mere Ling Xiao. A cold voice came from the Water Spirit Temple representative. He was very angry and wanted to do it himself. But once he did, it meant that the Water Spirit Temple would intervene. At that time, they would become enemies with the Celestial Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire. Although the Water Spirit Temple was not afraid of this, it would disrupt their plans. Therefore, he could only hope that the remaining 3 captains of the one-eyed pirates could work harder. Yes, sir. Captain Shark, Captain Turtle, and Captain Wind were all half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. They were slightly weaker than Captain Hua, but they had all reached maturity. If one of them made a move, they might not be Ling Xiao's opponent. But if the 3 of them worked together, with the help of the 3 teams, it was still possible to kill Ling Xiao. What was there to be afraid of? Anyway, it was fine as long as Ling Xiao died. Even if they were called shameless, they wouldn't care. The three of them looked at each other and rushed out at almost the same time. The sound of internal energy exploding could be heard in the air. The three of them were very fast. They were so fast that many warriors couldn't see them with their naked eyes. Especially Captain Wind. He was like a gust of wind. Captain Shark of the Sea Shark clan, Captain Turtle of the Turtle clan, and a human Captain Wind with a wind martial spirit. Your one-eyed pirates really don't lack any species. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a world faintly appeared behind him. The sun and moon alternated, and day and night changed. There was a vast and ancient aura. Suddenly, a huge, heaven-devouring titanic beast, Tao Tai, crawled out of the darkness. Its two fierce eyes, like the sun and moon, stared at the newcomers. A cold and terrifying aura suddenly penetrated the bodies of all the warriors. Tao Tai martial spirit. This brat had actually completely integrated the martial spirit of Tao Tai into his moves. How long has it been? How did he do it? Among the crowd, Mang Sky gnashed his teeth in hatred and jealousy. Small tricks kill. Captain Shark, Captain Turtle, and Captain Wind were actually shocked. But after all, they were captain-level pirates. Usually, they were ferocious by nature. Even a little fear could not completely cover their ferocious hearts. A huge shark condensed from aqua-blue heavenly origin energy. A huge turtle shell that shone with a yellow light. A crazily spinning tornado. The three attacks attacked Ling Xiao almost at the same time. Chapter 1222. Roar. Tao Tai's roar seemed to come from another world. The shadow sword in Ling Xiao's hand became faintly discernible. The ferocious aura continued to gather on his body. He did not move, only staring at the three attacks. His cold eyes revealed a disdainful smile. Kill. After the three captains attacked, the pirates in their team also threw out the weapons in their hands. This kind of battle often happened on the sea. The weapons that the pirates threw out contained powerful heavenly yuan energy. Not only did they have shocking destructive power, but their speed was also not slow. The weapons covered the sky and covered the earth like a storm. Ling Zhao's situation looked extremely bad. However, the smile on Ling Zhao's face became unusually bright. Heaven burning? Tao Tai's doomsday. In the Tai Chi, a blazing sea of fire was released. The weapons flying in the sky quickly melted into molten iron and fell to the ground, cooling on the green stone floor. The shadow sword in his hand stabbed out almost at the same time. The huge Tao Tai flew out along with the sword light. It opened its mouth and swallowed the shark formed by the heavenly yuan energy. Then, its huge claws landed on the turtle shell. The turtle shell was instantly shattered. Although the tornado hit the Tao Tai, it only left a scratch on its body and did not leave any substantial damage. When the three captains saw this, their hearts trembled violently. Retreat. They attacked at the same time, but the last thing they thought was to retreat at the same time. Ling Zhao's attack was more terrifying than they imagined, especially the terrifying aura from the world behind Ling Xiao. They felt that it was 10 times or 100 times more terrifying than the Tao Tai. Getting close to Ling Xiao was a dead end. They were not willing to gamble with their lives. They were afraid. However, there was no meaning in escaping. Since you chose to attack, then you should know the result. Now that you are afraid, isn't it too cowardly? Ling Zhao's voice sounded softly, but the attack did not stop. The furious Tao Tai covered the entire street, and the originally bright street became pitch black. The Tao Tai Doomsday that had merged with the Tao Tai Martial Soul was the true Tao Tai Doomsday. Once this move was unleashed, Everything within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to have entered an apocalyptic world. As the bloody mouth opened, the three captains and the hundreds of pirates seemed to be pulled by something. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. Their bodies were gradually sucked into the bloody mouth. The pirates looked on helplessly as their bodies were torn apart by the sword light from Tautya's body. While they were frightened, they could only scream desperately. They didn't want to die. Even pirates weren't willing to die. When they killed people, they didn't take other people's lives seriously. However, when this kind of thing happened to them, they were afraid. They had come here from the sea to seek revenge on Ling Xiao, to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. But what they didn't expect was that they had come here to court death. Those who killed became those who were killed. This was truly ironic. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Taoqia's huge mouth closed. With just this move, the remaining three captains were killed, and hundreds of pirates were left without bones. Some of the remaining pirates directly fainted from fright, and some fled in all directions. Those who remained at the scene were also trembling and had completely lost their courage. When the crowd saw this scene, their eyes were completely frozen. This young man was a little too valiant. Today's ordinary business street had turned into a dead-end street. Could it be that only warriors of the Grotto Heaven realm could subdue him? Captain Hu died in battle. Captain Shark died in battle. Captain Turtle died in battle. Captain Fong died in battle. Along with them, there were nearly 200 pirates of the celestial realm. How could this not shock them? Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was still dressed in snow-white clothes, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. If it weren't for the blood dripping from the shadow sword in his hand, they would have thought that he had never experienced a battle. There was no killing intent in his eyes, only a faint smile and indifferent ridicule. Perhaps for him, this battle couldn't even be considered a battle. It was just a boring slaughter. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Gently swinging his sword, Ling Xiao asked faintly, I don't mind giving you a quick death. When the pirates heard this, they didn't move forward. Instead, they all took a few steps back, and some of them wanted to escape. However, at this time, the representative of the Water Spirit Temple made a move. A flow of aqua blue energy spread out from his body, and this energy was poured into the bodies of the remaining 300 or 400 pirates. The eyes of these pirates also turned aqua blue. Regardless of whether they stayed or tried to escape, they all became puppet-like existences. They couldn't control their bodies. Under the control of the representative of the Water Spirit Temple, they all rushed toward Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could make a move, two figures had already rushed into the crowd. One was as white as snow, cold and gloomy. She was Piao Shui, Feng Ming. The other was like a plum blossom, full of murderous intent. She was Cold Plum. I'll also practice. Princess Yun also walked out with a smile. Of course, she didn't need to do anything to deal with these pirates, but her action represented her attitude. The Moon Lady didn't make a move. She sat on the white cloud with her eyes closed, as if she was resting, but also as if she was cultivating. It wasn't her turn to make a move yet. Ling Xiao also held the shadow sword and went out to kill. This kind of killing was also very good for honing one's murderous intent. The battle was completely one-sided. Under Piao Shui's hands, there were all frozen corpses. Under Cold Plum's hands, although the corpses were intact, there was an extra hole in the shape of a plum blossom between their eyebrows. Under Yunya's hands, there were many deaths. This woman seemed to have mastered many different kinds of martial arts, each of which could kill people. The people Ling Xiao killed were more miserable. Basically, they were all beheaded. This was because he wanted to make an example. He wanted to let the people in the city of Sin know that if they wanted to kill him, Ling Xiao, they had to be prepared to be killed, and it was very likely that they would die without a complete corpse. The battle was over. Except for a few people who escaped, the rest of the one-eyed pirates were all killed. The number of people who died under the hands of Ling Xiao and the other 3 was close to 1,000, including 4 captains who were half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. These people were too strong. Most of the warriors who were watching were in the Celestial Realm. Facing the ground full of dead Celestial Realm warriors, they naturally felt fear. They were very glad that they didn't provoke Ling Xiao, and they didn't think that they could kill Ling Xiao. It was difficult to judge the cultivation and strength of these people, because these people obviously didn't use their full strength. Their battle seemed so easy, as if they were cleaning up a group of garbage. The one-eyed pirates came aggressively, but they left nearly 1,000 corpses and dyed the whole long street red. The blood-red street was really a great irony. Chapter 1223. Scary. Everyone sighed. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? They thought that with the one-eyed pirates here, Ling Xiao would be dead for sure. However, of the people who had come, only the representative of the Water Spirit Hall remained. The rest had either died in battle or fled. No wonder this kid didn't even bother to leave. With such power and such strong helpers, who would they be afraid of? The Water Temple representative hasn't made a move yet. The outcome is still uncertain. After all, that representative is a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Although Ling Xiao and the others had displayed their overwhelming strength and destructive power, the strongest enemy here had yet to make a move. It was hard to say what the final outcome would be. On the other side, at the highest point of the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fu Guang stood there and could clearly see the situation here. Hua Fu Ying was trapped by the restriction, but he could also see the situation here. Big sister, is this what you want me to see? Do you feel like you've been slapped in the face? Does it hurt? Hua Luiying smiled as he looked at his sister. She knew very well that her sister brought her here to let her see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Then she would completely give up on the idea of being together with Ling Xiao. However, what her sister, Hua Fu Guang, did not expect was that Ling Xiao would put on a good show. Slapped in the face. That's not necessarily true. The Water Temple representative hasn't made a move yet. I don't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to make a move on the Water Temple representative. Hua Fu Guang gritted her teeth and said, Sister, it's not too late to let me go. If the Water Temple representative is killed later, even if we want to form an alliance with Ling Xiao, he won't care. Hua Fu Ying reminded her, You think too highly of him. Don't talk about defeating him. He wouldn't even dare to make a move on the Water Temple representative. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Hua Fu Guang was still persevering. The Water Temple was such a terrifying existence. There was once a pirate group that was stronger than the Twin Flowers pirates operating in the Sin City Sea. That captain was also a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, but because he had spoken such arrogant words to the Water Spirit Temple's representative, he had been forced to leave. Even before they started, the pirate group was completely annihilated the next day. Everyone's bodies were floating on the sea, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Because of this, Hua Fu Guang had always obeyed Water God Temple's orders and never dared to disobey. He was even more unwilling to offend them. You're not going to make a move? Ling Xiao finally looked at the high and mighty representative of the Water God Temple. From the very beginning, this person appeared to be superior to others, able to wantonly control the lives of others. You're not worthy of me making a move. The Water God Temple's representative coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, If you have the guts, then don't leave the City of Sin today. I will let you know the fear of offending the Water God Temple. Don't worry. Not only will I not leave the City of Sin today, I won't even leave this street. Ling Xiao smiled lightly and touched his storage ring. An open-air pavilion appeared on the street, blocking the sun from shining on it. Inside the pavilion, there were fruits, desserts, and tea. Lady Piao Shui, Cold Plum, Princess Yunya, go and rest. Let's solve this problem today. There's no need to delay it until tomorrow. After all, I still have to participate in the alchemy conference tomorrow. I can't afford to delay it. As Ling Xiao spoke, he directly sat there and picked up an apple to eat. Master, why don't I go and kill that water god temple's representative? Cold Plum lowered her voice and said, absolutely not. Princess Yunya and Piao Shui said, almost at the same time. Oh, why not? Ling Xiao originally wanted to agree to Cold Plum's request. After all, the water god temple's representative really wanted him dead. Princess Yunya told him the story of the pirate group's annihilation. Piao Shui also told him about the everlasting joy Celestial Islands experience. It was all related to the water god temple. That pirate group was annihilated because their leader spoke rudely. When the everlasting joy Celestial Island extended their influence to the White Tiger continent, they had a direct confrontation with the water god temple. The result was a crushing defeat. Not only did they lose many Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, but they also completely cut off the idea of extending their influence to the White Tiger continent. On the contrary, the Water God Temple's influence continued to expand in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent's sea region. Although we can't wash our dirty linen in public, I still have to tell you that the Water God Temple is stronger than the 5 Immortal Islands. You can't afford to offend them, and your country can't afford to offend them either. Piao Shui said very seriously, then what should I do? If he wants to kill me, should I stretch my neck and let him kill me? Ling Xiao asked in return. That's why I said that it's best to endure it. The Water God Temple's representative won't easily make a move. He can control others to attack you, but he usually won't make a move himself. Because once he makes a move, it may involve several major forces and cause a chaotic battle. Piao Shui said, if he really makes a move on you, it won't be too late to deal with him at that time. We can't make a move first. It's really troublesome, but since you said so, I'll give you face and also give the Water God Temple face. I hope they know what they're doing. Otherwise, no matter how many representatives they send, I'll kill all of them without mercy. Ling Xiao didn't want to stop, but he also knew that Piao Shui and Princess Yunya were doing this for his own good, so it didn't matter if he gave them some face. In any case, the Water God Temple's representative in front of him wasn't a very strong opponent. Even without the help of the Moon Maiden and the others, it was almost impossible for the representative to easily kill Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao couldn't kill him, he could still deal with him. After persuading Ling Xiao, Piao Shui and Princess Yunya went to persuade the Water God Temple's representative. They originally wanted to reconcile, but the other party didn't put them in his eyes at all. Changle's Celestial Island's strength is not bad, but the matters of the Water God Temple are not for you to worry about. As for the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, I'm afraid you alone can't represent it. If I remember correctly, the area manager in charge of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent, Zhang Tianda, should also be in the city of Sin. Can he tolerate you helping that kid to become enemies with the Water God Temple? The Water God Temple's representative was obviously afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, but he wasn't afraid of Princess Yunya, because Yunya couldn't represent the entire Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Ha ha, Representative Yen is right. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Suddenly, smoke billowed in the distance as another group of people arrived. It was none other than the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Zhang Tianda and his subordinates. Yunya, you're really daring. You actually dared to harm the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests behind my back. How should you be punished? The first thing he said when he arrived was to question Princess Yunya. It could be seen that Zhang Tianda really didn't like Yunya. Harm the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests. Why do you say that? Yunya asked indifferently. Chapter 1224. Still playing dumb? You should understand that our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company has business dealings with the Water Spirit Temple, and Representative Yen and I are good friends. Today, you actually offended the Water Spirit Temple for a brat who came out of nowhere. Isn't this harming the interests of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Zhang Tianda said righteously. What he said did make some sense. However, Yun just smiled faintly and said, a mere water spirit temple controls the waters of the Heavenly Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and White Tiger continents. The trade volume between our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and them doesn't exceed 300 million low-grade spirit stones a year, right? Zhang Tianda, are you going to protect them with such a small amount of trade volume? You're still not satisfied with 300 million low-grade spirit stones. Zhang Tianda frowned. What a joke. Our trade volume with the Celestial Empire has already exceeded 80 million low-grade spirit stones a month, and it will continue to increase in the future. Which side do you think I should help? Yunya sneered. So much. Hearing Yunya's words, Zhang Tianda was taken aback, but he glanced at Representative Yen and then said in a very tough tone, That's true, but the Water Spirit Temple is much stronger than the Celestial Empire. Offending them is not a good thing. You're provoking enemies for our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. What a joke. Since when did our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company have to be afraid of a mere Water Spirit Temple? Shouldn't interests be paramount? Believe it or not, I'll report to headquarters right now and see their response. Yunya said loudly, Shut up. I'm your boss. Do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't leave that brat, I'll treat you as a traitor and deal with you. Zhang Tianda couldn't argue with Yunya, so he could only bully her. Ha! Why didn't you say so earlier? Why put on airs? Do you really think everyone is an idiot? Yunya smiled disdainfully, then looked at the people behind Zhang Tianda and said, All of you, listen up. Today is a grudge between me and Zhang Tianda. He disregarded the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests, colluded with the Water God's temple, embezzled the trading company's assets, and attempted to destroy the trading company's largest source of income between the 3 continents. I don't need you to deal with him, but it's best if you don't interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The internal strife of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had long since entered a white-hot stage. In fact, there were fights everywhere. However, the headquarters had always turned a blind eye to this matter. They even treated it as a good thing to promote the evolution of the Heavenly Dragon Trading firm. This was because only the stronger one could emerge victorious in this battle. Because of this, Yunya was not worried that there would be any serious consequences after she killed Zhang Tianda. It would be better to say that she had to eliminate Zhang Tianda now. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fully control the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's authority in the first 3 continents. Well, Yunya, this general manager has been waiting for you to say this. If you die later, don't blame me. Zhang Tianda sneered, then waved his hand, motioning for the people he brought to surround the pavilion where Ling Xiao and the others were. Use the array. At his command, those cultivators tossed out the strange jade tokens in their hands one after another. Then, a cage actually appeared, completely trapping Ling Xiao and the others. Although Zhang Tianda looked arrogant, he was much smarter than the one-eyed pirates. He knew that Ling Xiao and the others were strong and that it was not appropriate to fight them head-on, so he simply chose to trap them with a spirit array. Ha ha ha! being trapped by my jade cage array, your internal strength and physical strength will slowly be exhausted. When you beg for death, I will give you a quick death." Zhang Tianda let out a cunning sneer, then sat beside the Yen representative. The two of them clinked glasses and drank, looking very proud. The warriors surrounding the jade cage array sat cross-legged and muttered, causing a burst of ear-piercing noise to be produced in the jade cage array. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably go crazy after a while. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. Not only was he good at spirit arrays, but his soul force was also extremely powerful. The moment Zhang Tianda set up the spirit array, he chose to fight with it. Not only did it isolate the noise, but it also completely isolated the danger of the jade cage array. However, Zhang Tianda didn't know this. "You guys don't have to be nervous. Sit down and rest. I have some insights from the battle just now. Maybe I can break through." Ling Xiao had really benefited a lot from the battle just now. Next, he might have to face spirit array experts like Zhang Tianda or the Yen representative. He must improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Even if his cultivation improved a little, it would be a great improvement to his strength. Okay. Since there was no pressure, they could just eat and chat. Waiting was fine. On the top floor of the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fuguang said coldly, "See, sister? This is Ling Xiao's end. Even the people from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company came to deal with him. I have seen the power of this jade cage array with my own eyes. Even a spirit array expert would find it difficult to break through, unless they are good at spirit arrays. Ling Xiao is a martial arts genius and also a monster in the medicine world. However, he can't possibly know about spirit arrays, right? This time he is finished. The people who helped him are also finished." Hua Luiying frowned and looked into the distance nervously. Although to ordinary people, the scene in the distance was just a black dot, to warriors like them, the scenery in the distance could be seen clearly. "No, sister, I believe that he will break out of the array. He definitely will." Hua Luiying actually didn't have any reason to support her words. She just felt that such a proud man, such an indomitable man, such a brave young man couldn't possibly be finished like this. Of course, the most important thing was that Ling Xiao was the man that Hua Luiying liked. How could her man be so useless? The entire long street suddenly became quiet. Ling Xiao was cultivating in the jade cage array. Because the jade cage array would produce an energy storm during its operation, it blocked everyone's vision. Therefore, they couldn't see clearly what was happening inside the array and what was happening to the people inside. At first, it was fine, but the energy storm became stronger and stronger. Even the eyes of warriors couldn't see through the layers of barriers. The representative of Yen country and Zhang Tianda drank and chatted on the armored airship. The two of them were very relaxed at first. As for the onlookers, it was as if they were watching a tense show. Although they felt very hungry and uncomfortable, almost no one left. They all stared at the situation on the long street with their eyes wide open. Perhaps what was going to happen next was something that they could never imagine. Therefore, they really couldn't miss it. Waiting was too tiring. From the sun hanging high in the sky until the lights on the long street lit up and darkness descended, an entire day had passed. Chapter 1225. They had waited for a whole day. The warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, who were responsible for maintaining the Jade Cage Array, were so tired that they were seeing stars. The onlookers also felt that their physical strength was seriously exhausted. Some people simply took out food and elixirs from their storage rings to replenish their energy. However, the Jade Cage Array was still very calm and showed no signs of breaking. Zhang Tianda suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Representative Yen, I think it's about time." Even if Ling Xiao is a super genius, he has been in the Jade Cage Array for such a long time. I think it's about time for him to die. Why don't we open the Jade Cage Array together? Representative Yen was about to speak when a whistling sound suddenly sounded in the sky. Another flywheel ship descended. This flywheel ship was larger than the one-eyed pirates. It directly landed on the houses and crushed countless houses. Many warriors were unable to escape in time and were crushed to death by the flywheel ship. Jade Wave Island. This is Jade Wave Island's sky water flywheel ship. Whether its size or quality, it's better than the one-eyed pirates' ironclad flywheel ship. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Many people did not understand why the people of Jade Wave Island were here. Of course, many people knew the reason. Ling Xiao killed Mo Xiaoyu in the Black Wind Tower. That's the young island master of Jade Wave Island. How can Jade Wave Island not send someone to take revenge? Then, won't Ling Xiao be dead? He offended Water Spirit Temple, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and now Jade Wave Island. This kid is really hateful. Cut the crap. If he doesn't want to act humble, he'll have to offend people. Ling Xiao must have thought of such an outcome. Now, I really want to know how he's going to face these three powerful forces. As the people of Jade Wave Island arrived, heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if they were crying for Mo Xiaoyu. Jade Wave Island is here for revenge. Unrelated people, get lost. I'll give you 30 breaths of time. There was a person standing at the bow of the ship. He was clad in black armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. Although his hair was messy, no one dared to underestimate him. This person's way of doing things was really overbearing. He didn't care who the person next to him was. He just opened his mouth and told him to get lost. He was really worthy of being an expert of Jade Wave Island. The surrounding cultivators did not dare to disobey him and retreated further away. Anyway, as cultivators, even if they were further away, they could still see if they wanted to watch the show. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Water Spirit Temple's representative. He stood up and was about to speak, but was stopped by Zhang Tianda. Representative Yen, leave this matter to me. I've known this person for a long time. All right. Representative Yen nodded and said. Zhang Tianda stood up and looked at the person at the bow of the ship. Old friend, since you're here, why don't you come down for a chat? Our common goal is that brat Ling Xiao. It's not good to kill each other. Zhang Tianda? Yes, that's me. All right, for your sake, I'll come down for a chat. The person at the bow of the ship suddenly jumped down. A height of more than 20 meters was like flat ground to a martial artist. It posed no threat at all. Ha ha, it really is you, Venerable Poison Soul. Zhang Tianda laughed out loud. Venerable Poison Soul. Hearing this title, many of the spectating cultivators subconsciously took a few steps back. This Venerable Poison Soul was an inner elder of Green Ripple Island, a Grotto Heaven realm expert. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that this guy killed people like Scything Flax. His use of poison was terrifying. Whether it was innocent or enemy, once he got angry, he would not let anyone off. Venerable Poison Soul was the number 4 figure of Green Ripple Island. Apart from the Island Master and the 2 Vice Island Masters, he was the next in line. Now that the Island Master was in closed-door cultivation, the 2 Vice Island Masters could not leave the island without permission. Therefore, as the number 4 figure, he naturally had to avenge Mo Xiaoyu. Otherwise, once the Island Master came out of seclusion, they would all be punished and might even be killed in anger. Zhang Tianda, you and this Water Spirit Temple representative shouldn't get involved in this matter. That brat Ling Xiao and I have an irreconcilable enmity. He almost destroyed my sect, and now he killed the son of our island master. I must kill him with my own hands to relieve the hatred in my heart." Venerable Poison Soul looked at Zhang Tianda and the Yen family representative and said, I have heard of this. You used to be the sect master of the Poison King sect on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Now that you are an inner elder of Green Ripple Island, it is not a grievance for you," Zhang Tianda said with a smile. "Humph! How can a sect master be happy and free?" Although Venerable Poison Soul was the number 4 figure in Green Ripple Island, he still had to be ordered around by the 3 people in front of him. His status was not low, but in the end, he was still someone's subordinate. If he was in the Poison King sect, he would be the boss. No matter when, he would have the final say. But now, it was naturally different. Because of this, he hated Ling Xiao. He attributed the change in his status and his tragedy to the rise of Ling Xiao. If it were not for Ling Xiao, his Poison King sect would not have been miserable to such an extent. If it were not for Ling Xiao, he would have been able to act like a tyrant in the true Devil Empire. As a traitor, his dream was broken by Ling Xiao. After the true Devil Empire was defeated, he fled to Green Ripple Island in a sorry state. Although he said that he had become an elder, in fact, he was just a free thug for others. He hated Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who made him run around like a mouse. Since we have the same goal, why should we quarrel over such a small matter? Venerable Poison Soul, since you hate that brat so much, I will help you open the Jade Cage Array and kill him. Zhang Tianda said with a smile, "I want that brat to suffer a fate worse than death. If he dies too easily, it will make me very unhappy." Venerable Poison Soul said coldly, "Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed." An indifferent voice came out from the Jade Cage Array. The energy storm began to quickly recede, and the situation inside became clearer. Ling Xiao was still sitting there, untouched by a speck of dust. Beside him, Cold Plum, Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui, and Princess Yun stood with a dignified look on their faces. Only Ling Xiao's face was still as bright as the sun, as if nothing could make him afraid. Impossible! Above the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fu Guang looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. After staying in the Jade Cage Array for so long, he didn't look weak at all. Instead, his face was glowing. It was obvious that his strength had improved. "Nothing is impossible, sister. You should listen to my advice. Ling Xiao is not an ordinary person. If he died so easily, he wouldn't be here today. Hurry up and make a decision. Choose him or Water God Temple." Hua Fuing said with a smile, "Shut up. In any case, our Twin Flowers pirates can't get involved in this battle. I admit that I underestimated Ling Xiao, but do you think he can escape the attack of Venerable Poison Soul, Zhang Tianda, and Yen representative?" Hua Fu Guang shouted excitedly. Chapter 12:26. "But sister, you have to make a choice now. Once Representative Yen is killed, the Twin Flowers pirates will definitely be blamed by the Water God Temple. You have to think carefully." Hua Luiying said calmly. Hua Fu Guang was stunned. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. Why did she repeatedly make mistakes in judgment and make a fool of herself in front of her sister? But sister, you have to know that the members of the Twin Flowers pirates are poor women from all over the world. We have to protect their lives. If we help Ling Xiao, we will have to face the merciless revenge of the Water God Temple. Hua Fu Guang gradually calmed down and said, "Let's go to the Sky Dragon continent. There are many things waiting to be done in the Celestial Empire. If we go there, we will definitely have a chance to develop. We can't always let our sisters be pirates, right?" Hua Luiying said. Hua Fu Guang was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she reached out and removed Hua Luiying's seal. Sister, I hope you are right. At the same time, on the street, Zhang Tianda and Representative Yan were very surprised to see Ling Xiao safe and sound. Zhang Tianda, is this the effect of your so-called jade cage formation? This is too embarrassing. Let's hurry up and leave. Watch how I destroy this demon. Venerable Poisonous Soul looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. When he joined the true demonic empire, he was only a beginner in the Grotto Heaven realm. But after the true demonic empire's comprehensive transformation of his body, he was now a third Grotto Heaven realm elite. This kind of improvement only took a little more than a year. It was extremely fast. He didn't care about the aftereffects of this transformation. He also didn't care if the true demonic empire used him as a lab rat or a test subject. He only knew that his strength was increasing very quickly. Ling Xiao destroyed the true demonic empire and blocked his path of cultivation. He must kill Ling Xiao today, not only for revenge, but also to get rid of this terrifying monster. Ling Xiao's improvement was too fast. He couldn't get used to it at all. This kind of speed was like sitting on the fastest flying sword. He was afraid that in a year or two, or even a few months, he wouldn't be Ling Xiao's opponent. Now was the best time to kill Ling Xiao. Zhang Tianda removed the jade cage array. His expression was somewhat gloomy. However, this expression was more for Princess Yunya compared to Ling Xiao. He naturally wanted Princess Yunya to die more. Venerable Poison Soul, I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. Representative Yan, please help me kill that woman. Zhang Tianda was naturally referring to Yunya. As for the other one, leave her to me. They completely disregarded Ling Xiao and the others. They were already planning to divide the spoils of war. All right. The other two did not refuse. Venerable Poison Soul hated Ling Xiao to death, so he had to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. In fact, it doesn't matter who Yen representative kills. He just wants all the people who attacked the one-eyed pirates to die. It didn't matter who he killed. Ling Xiao, don't worry. I won't let you die so easily. I will take good care of you and make you wish you were dead. Venerable Poison Soul looked at Ling Xiao with a ferocious smile. Is that so? Just don't fail miserably when the time comes. Ling Xiao said lightly. No one could tell what he was thinking at this time. People were very confused. At this time, Ling Xiao could still be so unscrupulous? What was he relying on? Whoosh! Cold Plum suddenly released a cold aura and controlled her cultivation to the third Grotto Heaven realm, which was exactly the same as Venerable Poison Soul's cultivation. Master, you don't need to do anything. I'll kill this Venerable Poison Soul. Third Grotto Heaven realm. That girl is actually an expert of the third Grotto Heaven realm. It's no wonder that so many of the one-eyed pirates died before. It's just like an egg hitting a stone. The crowd exclaimed. Although many people had guessed that Lung Mei's strength was not ordinary, they did not expect Lung Mei to be so powerful. Venerable Poison Soul also frowned. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. If Venerable Poison Soul doesn't mind, how about leaving that little girl to me? A ghostly laughter came from the sky. Then, a figure appeared in front of Cold Plum. Hua Fuguang. Representative Yen nodded in satisfaction. Hua Fuguang, you came at the right time. Help Venerable Poison Soul stop that woman, and I'll consider it a great merit. Yes, Representative Yen. Hua Fuguang glanced at Representative Yen and then turned to Cold Plum. Where's Hua Fuiying? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. She's already dead. Hua Fuguang said lightly. She's my sister, but she betrayed me and Water God Temple for a man. She must die. Is that so? Ling Xiao saw an unusual color in Hua Fuguang's eyes. He suddenly walked up and gently patted Cold Plum's shoulder. Then, he whispered a few words in her ear. Cold Plum's expression didn't change, but she naturally understood what Ling Xiao meant. Yes, master. I'll do as you say. Cold Plum had always obeyed Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't right, she wouldn't refute him. Moreover, today, she felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. Thus, Cold Plum faced Hua Fuguang. Zhang Tianda faced Phoenix, Cry Piao Shui. Representative Yen faced Princess Yunya. As for Ling Xiao, he faced Venerable Poison Soul. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui didn't dare to underestimate Zhang Tianda. She also released the aura of a Grotto Heaven realm warrior. Fourth Grotto Heaven realm. This realm was much higher than Mo Xiaoyou's. Actually, from this point, it could be seen that the young warriors from Chang'e's Celestial Island were really more powerful than those from 7 Martial Grandmasters Island. Although Divine Phoenix Empire was said to be on the same level as 7 Martial Grandmasters Island, they were actually much stronger. It was just that 5 Immortal Island was restricting them, so Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire couldn't expand wildly. Otherwise, with the ambition of Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire, they would probably be on the same level as 5 Immortal Island very soon. Good girl. Chang'e's Celestial Island has a true genius. You've already reached the 4th Grotto Heaven realm at such a young age. You really surprised me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, Chang'e's Celestial Island and our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company still have a very close business relationship. I'll love you well. Zhang Tianda looked at Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Although he was a little surprised, in his opinion, Phoenix Cry Piao Shui was still no match for him. Although their cultivation levels were similar, he was more experienced and ruthless. Princess Yun also revealed part of her strength. She was also at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm, like Representative Yen. Good fellow, those 3 women are actually all Grotto Heaven realm warriors. This Ling Xiao has the lowest cultivation among them. People really didn't know what to say about this scene. They only felt that it was a little ridiculous. Ling Xiao's cultivation was clearly inferior to those 3 women, but they all seemed to listen to him. Chapter 1227. Little rascal, your luck with women isn't shallow. It's just a pity that you won't have such fortune in the future. Meeting me is your life's greatest sorrow. The better Ling Xiao's situation was, the more jealous and unhappy Empyrean Poison Soul became. He must humiliate Ling Xiao in front of everyone, especially in front of those 3 women. Maybe not. Before everything ends, no one can say for sure. Ling Xiao looked at Empyrean Poison Soul and said indifferently, "Killing you, this old man won't need 7 moves. Do you believe me?" Empyrean Poison Soul originally wanted to say that he could kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves, but on second thought, this boy was too cunning and couldn't be underestimated. So, he changed the 3 moves to 7 moves. He believed that killing Ling Xiao in 7 moves was extremely safe. In any case, Ling Xiao's helpers were all blocked by experts at this moment, so no one came to hinder him. "I don't believe you." Ling Xiao shook his head and said calmly, "Maybe I'm not your match, but killing me in 7 moves? Are you daydreaming?" At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. But even so, they didn't quite understand where Ling Xiao, a Heaven Realm martial artist, got such confidence from when facing a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. "Little rascal, I know you're arrogant, but soon you won't have this chance." Empyrean Poison Soul knew Ling Xiao and had even experienced the power of Ling Xiao's silver tongue, so he didn't plan on talking nonsense. A gloomy aura erupted from his body and pervaded the surroundings. On the ground, an ant crawled by and suddenly fell to the ground, quickly turning into a drop of black water. Terrifying, All the spectating martial artists were glad that they had retreated far away. Otherwise, within this range, even if they weren't as miserable as an ant, they would probably be seriously injured. Behind Empyrean Poison Soul, a phantom floated out, gloomy and cold. It was a fellow covered in green, with green poison oozing from every part of his body. He looked like a giant toad. Poison Toad, Martial Soul. The crowd couldn't help but tremble, although it wasn't an immemorial martial soul. However, martial artists were most unwilling to encounter a martial soul that contained a lethal poison, because it was really troublesome. The poisonous toad stared at Ling Xiao with its huge eyes. The sound of the poisonous toad could be heard in the air, accompanied by a gloomy poisonous gas. It made people feel as if they had stepped into a poisonous pond. After 7 moves, you will definitely die. Venerable Poison Soul didn't want to waste time, so he didn't intend to show any mercy. He immediately released his martial soul, the venomous toad. This poison toad martial spirit was no longer in its original state. It was obvious that it had condensed a lot of other toxins and had become stronger. It was even more terrifying. The other battles also began at the same time, but the spectating cultivators seemed to be more interested in the battle between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul. This was because, at least in terms of cultivation, the other battles were evenly matched. It would probably take a long time for the battle to end. However, the battle between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul was the one with the least suspense and the most suspense. The least suspense was because Venerable Poison Soul's cultivation base was much higher than Ling Xiao's. The most suspenseful was Ling Xiao. He was definitely not an ordinary young genius. He was a miracle worker, a person that no one could see through. Furthermore, Venerable Poison Soul had said that he would kill Ling Xiao in 7 moves, which made the spectating cultivators even more interested. What would the situation be like after 7 moves? Ling Xiao didn't continue talking nonsense. He didn't let anyone help him against Venerable Poison Soul. This included the Moon Lady and the Yuan Venerate in his body. He wanted to test his potential and use this battle with Venerable Poison Soul to further stimulate his innate talent. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered the realm of controlling heaven and earth. In his mountain river world, all the scenes on this long street appeared for the time being, and all of this was within his control. This was his world, the territory that belonged to him. Now that someone wanted to deal with him and kill him here, he had a reason to defend his territory. This was something that any male life form had to do. Croak, croak. Venerable Poison Soul lay there, croaking like a frog. His aura was clearly gathering at an accelerated rate. Boom. After a loud explosion, Venerable Poison Soul suddenly scuttled away. The place he had been lying on had already been torn apart, and the blue stone floor had been reduced to rubble. In midair, Venerable Poison Soul condensed a huge poisonous claw made of origin energy. This was a poisonous claw made of domain origin energy. The claw, which was the size of a millstone, clawed viciously at Ling Xiao. It was extremely ruthless and overbearing, as if it wasn't willing to give Ling Xiao any chance of survival. The ferocious croaking of the poisonous toad continued. Surprisingly, every time the poisonous toad croaked, the glow of the poisonous claw became brighter. The surrounding crowd gasped when they saw the huge poisonous claw. They believed that Venerable Poison Soul would crush Ling Xiao in a crushing manner. However, when the huge green poisonous claw was less than a meter away from Ling Xiao, the nails on the poisonous claw suddenly flew out. The distance was so close, and the speed of the nails was so fast. It was basically impossible for a Skyman martialist to react in time. The spectating martialists were dumbfounded. No way! Is there a need to use such a cunning and sinister move to deal with Ling Xiao? They knew that Venerable Poison Soul was sinister and cunning, and his moves had always been unusual. What they didn't understand was that Venerable Poison Soul was so much stronger than Ling Xiao, yet he still used such a despicable method. Wasn't this a little too degrading? However, even if it was degrading, the spectators still felt that Ling Xiao was doomed. This attack was too sudden, and the nails on the huge green claw were as sharp as the strongest immortal grade artifacts. Even if it was Ling Xiao, it was impossible for him to completely dodge at such a close distance. It was even more impossible for him to completely block it. However, the spectators didn't know that for Ling Xiao, such a trick was just superfluous. Ling Xiao, who was in the realm of controlling heaven and earth, was a god in this world. Although this god's strength was somewhat weak and couldn't control most of the power in this world. However, he was naturally more familiar with this place than his opponent, and more at ease. He knew every movement of every element in the air, like the back of his hand. What Venerable Poison Soul wanted to do, he knew better than anyone. Unless the opponent was much stronger than him, they could break the balance of power in this world. Otherwise, he would be in an invincible position here. He couldn't defeat his opponent, and his opponent couldn't injure him either. Although Venerable Poison Soul was very strong, he still couldn't break this balance, at least not in a short time. Chapter 1228. What was he thinking? What was he doing? Ling Xiao had even figured out where he would appear in the end. Crack, crack, crack. The dark green nails pierced through Ling Xiao's body. Unfortunately, it was just an afterimage. The nails hit the ground, shattering several pieces of the bluestone floor. Some pitiful bugs on the ground also died. Bang! The moment he dodged the attack, Ling Xiao even launched a counterattack. The shadow all hit Venerable Poison Soul's back. Although this attack did not cause the slightest injury to Venerable Poison Soul, Venerable Poison Soul's face was very ugly. One move. Ling Xiao retreated and stood in the distance, looking indifferently at Venerable Poison Soul, with a smile. This guy is too strong. What is his cultivation? Facing Venerable Poison Soul, who is at the third Grotto Heaven realm, not only can he easily dodge the attack, but he can also counterattack. Yes, although the counterattack did not seem to have any effect to be able to do this, he is much stronger than Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. In the crowd, many people wanted to treat Ling Xiao as a role model for the younger generation. This guy could actually play with Venerable Poison Soul in the palm of his hand. Cunning little vile spawn. Venerable Poison Soul was very unhappy. He had said that he wanted Ling Xiao to make a fool of himself here, but Ling Xiao had dodged his first attack so beautifully and had even landed a blow on him. This guy really could not be underestimated. Kill. Venerable Poison Soul increased his speed, and his attacks became sharper and faster. What was even more terrifying was that he used all kinds of cunning and sinister moves in succession. Every time, it would shock the surrounding cultivators and make them secretly curse him for being sinister. Generally speaking, no one was willing to easily encounter a cultivator like Venerable Poison Soul, because this kind of cultivator was too difficult to deal with. However, when it came to Ling Xiao, it became his favorite to encounter. Thus, Venerable Poison Soul's second move was easily dodged by Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao attacked Venerable Poison Soul again. Although there was still no effect, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. It seemed like he was very confident and had a card up his sleeve. The third move was the same. Not only was Ling Xiao able to dodge skillfully, but he was also able to find opportunities to attack different parts of Venerable Poison Soul's body. Can someone tell me what's going on? Is Venerable Poison Soul too weak, or is Ling Xiao too strong? This isn't a simple matter of strength. Ling Xiao is just too good at dodging. He seems to be able to predict his opponent's attack every time, and then calmly choose to dodge. Foresight? I've heard that once one's soul force reaches a certain degree, They can temporarily foresee their opponent's attacks. But even a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist can't foresee every attack accurately. I don't understand. I really don't understand. This Ling Xiao is simply a mystery. That's right. I'm starting to doubt it now. Venerable Poison Soul wants to finish him off in 7 moves. Is that really possible? In the crowd, there was no lack of people with good eyesight. Some people had already guessed how Ling Xiao was able to dodge Venerable Poison Soul's attacks. So, it was impossible for Venerable Poison Soul not to have guessed it. Old bastard, didn't you say you would kill me in 7 moves? It's already been 3 moves, but you haven't even touched the corner of my clothes. Are your words just a fart? Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Venerable Poison Soul. Yes, 3 out of 7 moves had already passed. Only 4 moves remained, let alone killing Ling Xiao. Venerable Poison Soul hadn't even touched Ling Xiao. What was this? Was Venerable Poison Soul not in his best condition today? At this time, Venerable Poison Soul was thinking that he was lucky he hadn't said that he would kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves. Otherwise, he would have really lost face today. But he was still confident in 7 moves. The first few moves were just probing moves. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao in the final move, he wouldn't lose face. The one to lose face would only be Ling Xiao. The one who had the last laugh was the one who had the best laugh. Venerable Poison Soul now knew that Ling Xiao was terrifying because of his foresight and speed. The combination of these two was simply the end of the world for ordinary martial artists. This was because he could judge your next move and rely on his speed to avoid it. When facing him, you would always be a beat slower. So, the only way to deal with Ling Xiao was to be faster than him or use a powerful force to deter the opponent. Schemes and machinations would be meaningless. He had used the wrong method for the first 3 moves. A knowing smile appeared on his cold and sinister face before it quickly turned cold. Around his body, a dark green light began to circulate crazily, faster and faster. The power in his body seemed like it was about to erupt. Gua, the poison toad martial spirit, let out an even more ferocious cry. It was so shocking that many of the surrounding martial artists subconsciously retreated. Gua, gua, with an even more intense cry, the poison toad martial spirit wrapped around Venerable Poison Soul's body and gradually shrank. In the end, Venerable Poison Soul's entire body looked like it was wrapped in a layer of leather made from the poison toad martial spirit. Because of that, he looked like a toad that was only one person. Although this situation looked funny, no one laughed. The power contained in the poison toad's body was too terrifying. Everyone was worried that they would become the target of this poison toad's attack. Naturally, Ling Xiao also felt the terrifying power that was bursting forth from the godly general. He didn't dare to be negligent. The fiery scarlet sun, feather raiment burned on his body. The cold light on the underworld shadow sword also became sharper. Offense was the best defense. Ling Xiao had always thought so. So, from the beginning, he didn't plan to defend or dodge. Suddenly, the poison toad opened its mouth and shot out a tongue that was more than 10 meters long. This speed was even faster than Ling Xiao's body. A martial artist at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm had this ability. At that moment, Ling Xiao's choice was shocking. He didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword. A crazy sword intent poured out from the underworld shadow sword. It was like a surging river that had burst a dam. It was so surging. Behind Ling Xiao was a world of its own. Power poured out from it. The light on his body was even brighter, and the temperature was even higher. The sword intent on his sword was even denser, and the sword chi was even sharper. Open, the tip of the tongue let out a roar like spring thunder. Ling Zhao's underworld shadow sword had already pierced towards the long and poisonous tongue. At this moment, the underworld shadow sword was flexible but sharp. The long sword wrapped in sword intent emitted a strong destructive sword intent. It destroyed everything, including the seemingly indestructible poison toad tongue. Boom! The collision between the sword and the tongue caused a loud sound and tremor on the long street. The ground caved in, and the nearby houses collapsed. After a moment of collision, Ling Zhao's body flew back uncontrollably. In this collision, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage. After all, the other party was a martial artist at the third Grotto Heaven realm, while Ling Xiao had just broken through to the 10 Directions Heaven realm. The gap between them was huge. Chapter 12:29. After all, the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul was too great. In this head-on collision, Ling Xiao was directly pushed back dozens of meters. After dozens of meters, Ling Xiao finally stopped. His shadow sword had drawn a mark on the ground that was dozens of meters long. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was obviously injured. However, it was not very heavy. Venerable Poison Soul also looked at his chest in surprise. Unknowingly, his chest had been struck by Ling Zhao's attack. Although it was only a shallow mark and did not cause him the slightest harm, he was beginning to feel a little annoyed. For moves, old vile spawn. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said with a proud smile, "Ha ha, you blocked the fourth move so miserably. Can you really block the next 3 moves?" Venerable Poison Soul laughed disdainfully. Although he was smiling, he was a little angry in his heart. It was clearly a head-on collision, but he did not gain much of an advantage. Even if Ling Xiao was injured, it was meaningless if he was not killed. He was a dignified third Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, but he could not even easily kill a puny sky realm martial artist. If this were to spread out, it would be really embarrassing. Fortunately, there were still 3 moves left. He would not give Ling Xiao a chance to speak again. "Can't block it." Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, "Old vile spawn, haven't you noticed that I've left 3 marks on your body? If our cultivations were the same, you would be dead by now. I'm not blocking your attacks. I'm attacking you. Your weak attacks are nothing more than tickling this old man." Venerable Poison Soul said rather unhappily, "Is that so? Then I'll continue tickling you." Ling Xiao never did useless work. He knew that Venerable Poison Soul had an amazing defense, so he did not think that he could break the other party's defense from the beginning. He was thinking about how to defeat the other party without breaking the other party's defense. That's right, defeat the other party. Even if this possibility was only a pitiful 1%, he was still willing to fight for it. If he didn't fight, then he would have nothing. If he went all out, he might still have a chance. An even more terrifying sword intent burned. The world behind Ling Xiao became even clearer. The sun and moon rotated in that world, releasing an incomparably powerful pressure. The mountain river world's incomparably domineering will could crush any battle intent in the profound world. It complemented Ling Zhao's heaven and earth control realm perfectly. Ling Xiao wasn't angry, but he already had the intention to kill. He hadn't done anything wrong, but people had come knocking on his door time and time again. This was just because people thought he was weak. Even if he couldn't kill Venerable Poison Soul today, he definitely wouldn't let him have an easy time. 7 moves to take his life. What did he take Ling Xiao for? Ants? Or was he the little beggar who was bullied on the street in the past? He was unhappy, very unhappy. Although there was no anger on his face, nor was there anger in his heart was gloomy and cold. Facing the humiliation of others, getting angry couldn't solve any problems. Defeating him killing him and counterattacking him. This was what Ling Xiao should do. From the beginning, he didn't think of just avoiding Venerable Poison Sal's 7 moves. After 7 moves, he wanted to shock everyone. That Ling Xiao, he can't really think that he can defeat Venerable Poison Soul, right? What do you know? That's called dignity. A martial artist must defend their own dignity. Even if you know that you'll lose, you absolutely can't compromise on this matter. That's right. Looks like Ling Xiao seems to have broken through to the 10 directions heaven realm. But even so, he's absolutely not a match for Venerable Poison Soul. This battle is a battle of his dignity. That's right. As long as he can leave even a scar on Venerable Poison Sal's body, it's enough to be proud. In the crowd, many people were sweating profusely for Ling Xiao. They were even moved by Ling Xiao's actions. But no one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. The cultivation disparity was too great. It was hard for Ling Xiao to even preserve his life. So how could he talk about injuring Venerable Poison Soul? The final outcome of this battle might really be Ling Xiao enduring until the 7th move and suffering a crushing defeat, losing his life. But if he could leave even a trace of a scar on Venerable Poison Soul before dying, that would be good enough. But Ling Xiao did not have their miscellaneous thoughts. His soul was an unyielding soul, a proud soul, a stubborn soul. Clearly knowing that he was not a match, he still went to fight. This was Ling Xiao. Putting it a bit harshly, this was a lunatic. But the number of times Ling Xiao was treated as a lunatic was already more than once. Ha 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 ha. Foolish brat. Do you really think that by relying on your 10 directions heaven realm cultivation, you can contend with this old man's 3rd grotto heaven realm cultivation? You're simply a lunatic talking. Although Venerable Poison Soul laughed loudly, his heart was strangely furious. For the other party to be able to attack, that meant that he did not suppress the other party. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. The dark green poisonous toad gradually changed colors. Its body became multicolored, looking very beautiful, but also extremely dangerous. This kind of move, Venerable Poison Soul originally planned on using it to deal with opponents stronger than him. But today, facing Ling Xiao, he actually executed it because he wanted Ling Xiao to die. Furthermore, the 5th move was going to kill Ling Xiao. He did not wish to drag it out anymore. Dragging it out was a kind of wear and tear to his fighting intent. But Ling Xiao's fighting intent would only become stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao looked at him coolly, the sublime shadow sword in his hand condensing power once more. This was a sublime shadow sword, but at the same time, it was also a sword of impermanence, a sword of slaughter, a sword of destruction. The same weapon in the hands of different people would unleash completely different effects. The sublime shadow sword chose Ling Xiao and also chose the master that it felt was most suitable for it. The current Ling Xiao's entire person was enveloped by sword intent, like a peerless divine weapon that was unsheathed. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to pierce even the sky, merely breaking through to 10 directions heaven, but his sword intent is several times stronger than before, breaking through so quickly, and the improvement is so great, this is simply a different kind of person. Python Sky looked at this scene and was extremely shocked in his heart. This kid can't be left alive. If he stays, he'll become a scourge sooner or later. He looked at Ling Xiao and also had the intention to kill. Although the Moon Lady gave him too much of a shock, he believed that their Black Python clan's head, Python 5, could definitely block the Moon Lady's attack. This way, they might really be able to kill Ling Xiao. It was just that when to make a move, he still needed to report to the head. Thinking up to here, he whispered a few words to a subordinate behind him. That person turned around and left quickly. Not bad, not bad. Your fighting intent is very strong. Your sword intent is very thick. But Ling Xiao, you don't have domain essence energy. How are you going to resist me, a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist?" Venerable Poison Soul sneered. A Grotto Heaven actually gradually condensed around his body. Chapter 1230. Poisonous Toad Paradise. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at the paradise around Venerable Poison Soul. This space was filled with gloomy venom and poisonous gas. Countless poisonous toads were letting out irritating and frightening cries. It was obvious that Venerable Poison Soul's paradise domain was more solid. It was much more powerful than the two early-stage paradise realm fellows that Ling Xiao had met in the heavenly dragon continent. At this moment, Venerable Poison Soul was the king of the poisonous toads in this paradise. All of the poisonous toads looked to him as their leader. Not only did he have the poisonous toad's venom, powerful jumping ability, and the ability to suddenly extend their tongues, he also had the control of this paradise. As mentioned before, Zoan martial souls and plant martial souls could grow along with a martial artist's growth. They were like the demonic beasts of the mystic world, growing stronger and stronger. Of course, natural martial souls and special type martial souls could also grow, but the way of growth was not as direct as animal and plant martial souls. It seems that One-Eyed Dragon said the same thing before he died. However, his origin energy domain doesn't seem to be as strong as he boasted. Ling Xiao took a step forward, and his sword domain appeared at almost the same time. His sword domain was not the real paradise domain. It was simulated by the mountain river martial soul, but its power was not weak. Since there was a gap in the quality of his internal energy, he had to use other methods to make up for it. Holy King's Eye, the Tai Chi Eye rotated, and a figure with an indistinct appearance appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Golden light flashed, and a battle song sounded. It was Ling Xiao's self-created battle song. As the battle song sounded, Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in a layer of brand new energy, and his condition began to rise. Can I be invincible with my origin energy domain? The gap in the quality of my internal energy is not unbridgeable, as long as my soul is strong enough. Ling Xiao took a step forward once more, and a frenzied battle intent engulfed the entire street like a blanket. Everyone was a little shocked. This kind of horrifying battle intent, was it really just released by a martial artist with 10 directions heaven cultivation? Wasn't this too terrifying? At this moment, Ling Xiao exuded a powerful, unyielding, and fearless aura. Standing there, he was like an undefeatable god of war. He was like an elegant sword immortal. Stop being so pretentious. Die. Venerable Poison Soul had clearly noticed the change in Ling Xiao and knew that he could no longer tolerate Ling Xiao's increase in strength. Otherwise, he really didn't have the confidence to kill him within 7 moves. In that moment, thousands of ugly poisonous toads of various colors rushed out from the poison toad paradise, causing many martial artists to feel goosebumps rise all over their bodies as they shivered. The poisonous toads condensed into a terrifying wave of poisonous toads, and all of them rushed towards Ling Xiao, wanting to completely drown Ling Xiao. Quick! Within the sword domain, countless sword rays pierced through the air. Ling Xiao had once learned the imperial sword technique and mastered the sword formation, so his control over the sword domain was much smoother. After all, this was something that originated from the same system. Radiant Sword Domain. This was the 7th profound of the profound truths of light. Ling Xiao's previous battle with the One-Eyed Dragon not only broke through to the 10 directions heaven realm, but he also comprehended the sword domain. From this, he comprehended the 7th profound of the profound truths of light and shadow. Following his loud and clear roar, the countless sword lights actually all emitted a blazing light that was as hot as the sun. Then They turned into countless rays of light and instantly enveloped the thousands of poisonous toads. Destroy. The sharp sword chi merged with the high temperature of the scarlet sun. The radiant sword domain was the nemesis of the poisoned toad paradise. As long as the sword rays touched the poisonous toads, they would instantly disappear. Not only that, the sword domain's attack range was too wide, and even Venerable Poison Soul was enveloped within. Almost no one noticed that the 3 marks that Ling Xiao had left on Venerable Poison Soul's body were emitting the same light as the scarlet sun. Those 3 marks were attacks, but the purpose of the attacks was not to injure the opponent, but to set up a formation on the opponent's body. It was a very simple 3 stars light-gathering formation. Although it was simple, its effect was very focused. It could condense the power of the scarlet sun and the power of light at one point. This seemingly insignificant thing could only be used for alchemy or magic, but at this moment, Ling Xiao integrated it into the most crucial part of his attack. With this 3 stars light-gathering formation, Ling Xiao had a way to injure Venerable Poison Soul. So what if the opponent was a 3rd Grotto Heaven realm martial artist? The result of a battle was not entirely dependent on strength. Sometimes strategy was also an important part. Bastard, break for me! Venerable Poison Soul did not discover the 3 stars light-gathering formation. Facing the sky full of sword rays that were constantly eroding and destroying his poisoned toad paradise, he naturally would not sit still and wait for death. His huge mouth took a deep breath and then spat it out. A gust of wind wreaked havoc and actually blew away the countless sword rays. However, in the next moment, he realized that it was useless. The sword domain condensed together again and attacked again. Ling Xiao, who had cultivated the primordial spirit remnant volume, had a powerful soul. How could the sword domain be destroyed so easily under the dual control of his soul force and heavenly essence energy? Break. The sword domain's sword rays finally pierced through the poisoned toad paradise's defense and landed on Venerable Poison Soul's body. Crackle, 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 crackle. Although it still did not leave the slightest mark on Venerable Poison Soul's body, it hit him squarely. This shocked countless people, and their faces were filled with shock. A mere 10 Directions heaven martial artist was actually able to firmly suppress a 3rd Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Although he could not injure the other party, this was already very impressive. If the 2 of them had the same cultivation, wouldn't Venerable Poison Soul be pressed to the ground and rubbed against him? What they did not understand was how Ling Xiao's heavenly essence energy could defeat Venerable Poison Soul's sword domain. That's not just heavenly essence energy, but a brand new internal energy that completely fused heavenly essence energy and soul force. After all, there were still experts in the crowd. No wonder. I knew it. Ling Xiao's sword light seemed to have a life of its own. It turns out that he had integrated his soul power into it, but with so many sword lights and such a huge sword domain, how strong is his soul power when he's only a 10 Directions heaven martial artist? This is where he's brilliant. It's said that Ling Xiao started cultivating soul secret techniques very early on, and his soul force is much stronger than martial artists of the same realm. However, no one knows how much stronger. They really did not know how much pain Ling Xiao had suffered and how much risk he had taken in order to cultivate the primordial spirit remnant volume. A person's strength did not come from nowhere, but from walking step by step. You can't hurt me. So what if you can? I'll kill you now. Venerable Poison Soul looked like he was at a disadvantage, but in reality, he was still in an invincible position. Chapter 1231. Since he was unable to block Ling Xiao's attack, Venerable Poison Soul simply gave up on defending and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The dark green poisonous claws appeared again, but this time there were 2 of them, and they completely merged with his arms. Die! With a furious roar, a bright green light exploded in the air. Venerable Poison Soul approached Ling Xiao at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. He's right. Even if Ling Xiao managed to attack him, it wouldn't be of any use if he couldn't break through his defense. That was what the onlookers thought as well. Even the Moon Maiden in the sky was ready to rescue him at any time. They did not understand what choice Ling Xiao could make under such circumstances. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's face revealed a smug smile. "What are you laughing at?" Venerable Poison Soul cursed because he was flustered. He did not know what Ling Xiao's smile meant, nor did he know why Ling Xiao was laughing. He could only roar in anger. At this moment, he felt so powerless. Although he had been the one taking the initiative to attack from the beginning to the end, it was as if every attack was weak and powerless. It was as if he had been completely grasped by his opponent. It was extremely depressing. Ling Xiao's smile continued. 3 stars light gathering array. Activate. Radiant Sword Domain. Condense. In the face of Venerable Poison Soul's furious attack, Ling Xiao only said 2 sentences. At that moment, everyone was surprised to find that a strange triangle had been outlined on Venerable Poison Soul's body. Then all the sword light in the Radiant Sword Domain was like the Milky Way falling from the 9th heaven, completely fusing into this triangle. Through the strengthening of the 3 stars light gathering array, the Radiant Sword Domain condensed into a terrifying giant sword. This is bad. Venerable Poison Soul also realized that if he was hit by this attack, it would be impossible for him to come out unscathed. This kid had been scheming against him from the beginning and had been fighting with the intention of defeating him. He had never planned to take 7 moves from him. He felt that his self-esteem had been severely challenged. However, compared to his pride, his life was obviously more important. He was actually lying on the ground, using a dodging move that martial artists despised, donkey roll. But even so, even if he abandoned his dignity to hide, it was meaningless. The giant sword followed him like a shadow and struck his body. Bastard, break for me. Unable to dodge, Venerable Poison Soul could only rely on his powerful domain energy to try and shatter the giant sword. Boom. A moment later, the giant sword formed by the Radiant Sword Domain exploded. They turned into specks of light and disappeared with the wind. 3rd Grotto Heaven realm martial artists were still too strong. If Ling Xiao's strike had struck a 1st Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, they would have already died. However, Venerable Poison Soul was actually able to shatter the giant sword. Alas! Ling Xiao sighed, revealing a look of regret. However, the surrounding cultivators were completely dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on Venerable Poison Soul. Yes, the giant sword had been shattered, but there was a large charred mark on Venerable Poison Soul's chest. It was a bloody mess, charred black, and looked extremely frightening. It seems that after 5 moves, the one injured is not me, but you. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. His opponent was very strong, but his knowledge was even more profound. Array, soul power, martial arts, and Tai Chi, these 4 combined to form this wonderful strike. Although this strike was only a light injury to Venerable Poison Soul, it was a very serious blow to Venerable Poison Soul's heart. There was no doubt about it. Everyone looked at the result of this strike in disbelief. Although they did not know what would happen in the end, at least for now, the one who had the upper hand was Ling Xiao. Not him, Venerable Poison Soul. Ah, Venerable Poison Soul howled to the sky. He was angry, unwilling, and humiliated. Ling Xiao, no matter what, I must kill you today. Definitely. He no longer cared about the pact of 7 moves. He realized that it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Xiao in 7 moves. If he was obsessed with 7 moves, he might even be tortured to death by this kid. Didn't you say that you would kill me in 7 moves? Ling Xiao asked disdainfully. Venerable Poison Soul's face was gloomy and ugly. He did not answer Ling Xiao's question because he was unable to. I'm afraid that Venerable Poison Soul did not expect that the battle would turn out like this. He was actually injured by Ling Xiao. 7 moves? I think that he might not even be able to defeat Ling Xiao in 70 moves. That kid is simply a monster. That's right, I think so too. I even have a feeling that if Ling Xiao does not want to die, even Venerable Poison Soul would not be able to kill him. Why do I feel that Venerable Poison Soul is going to die? Suddenly, a voice broke the crowd's discussion. That's impossible. Even if Ling Xiao can injure Venerable Poison Soul, that is by relying on some crafty schemes. Those things can be used once, but not twice. Yes, even if those crafty schemes can succeed, that strike just now should be Ling Xiao's strongest attack. He can't win. Everyone generally believed that Ling Xiao was very strong, so strong that it was difficult to kill him. But to say that Ling Xiao could kill or defeat Venerable Poison Soul was a bit of a stretch. No one was willing to believe it. However, no matter what, Ling Xiao has already created a miracle. The power of that sword strike should be able to kill a first Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, right? That's true. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered over the battle just now. That terrifying strike had left many people secretly alarmed. Could it be that Ling Xiao had already reached the level where he could fight against a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist? Could it be that the barriers between realms were meaningless to him? Ling Xiao had already grown to be an expert on the same level as a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Who could stop him? Hua Floating Light, who was fighting with Cold Plum, had a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't expect that she would lose to her sister in this matter. What a powerful young man. What terrifying potential. This scene made her firm in her decision to do as her sister, Hua Luiying, said. At that moment, she exchanged glances with Cold Plum. Then, Hua Floating Light suddenly approached Venerable Poison Soul. Under the illumination of the lamplight, a slender sword pierced into Venerable Poison Soul's back. You. Venerable Poison Soul still wanted revenge and wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but at this moment, he felt his life rapidly slipping away. Hua Floating Light, what are you doing? Yan Hua's representative looked at the leader of the Twin Flowers pirates in shock and questioned loudly. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. Hua Floating Light suddenly attacked and killed Venerable Poison Soul. This scene was completely unimaginable. What was going on? But amidst the shocked voices, Hua Floating Light pulled out the slender sword, and Venerable Poison Soul's body fell limply to the ground. Chapter 1232. Hua Fu Guang walked towards Ling Xiao and knelt down on one knee. Hua Fu Guang greets the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. I am willing to bring the Twin Blossoms Pirates to join the Celestial Empire. I hope the Celestial Emperor will take us in. Approved. Actually, from the moment he saw Hua Fuguang appear, Ling Xiao had already seen Hua Fuguang's thoughts from her eyes. At this time, the Twin Blossoms Pirates had already entered the city of Sin under the command of Hua Luiying. As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, they would help Ling Xiao fight. This was a surrender, so they had to show enough sincerity. Hua Fu Guang killing Venerable Poisonous Soul was just a small gift, and also a kind of attitude. Thank you, Celestial Emperor. Hua Fu Guang stood up and stood beside Ling Xiao. Hua Fu Guang, you dare to betray the Water God Temple. You will regret it, and your Twin Blossoms pirates will be torn to pieces. The representative of Swallow Country roared angrily. He couldn't tolerate this kind of betrayal. Betrayal? Hua Fu Guang looked calmly at the representative of Swallow Country, and her voice became cold. When the Water God Temple forced my crew to serve the crew of the One-Eyed Pirates, did you think about how angry I would be? Humph, your Twin Blossoms pirates already have some brothel girls. What's wrong with letting them serve others? The representative of Swallow Country snorted. Shameless, Hua Fu Guang said coldly. Some of them were brothel girls in the past, but I saved them from the fire pit, and you pushed them into the fire pit. This is the action of a beast. In the past, I didn't dare to rebel against you because I didn't find a wise master. I didn't find someone who would dare to go against the Water God Temple for us. But now I have found one. Ling Xiao, he is my wise master, and the savior of the Twin Blossoms pirates. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao again. The representative of Swallow Country's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was Ling Xiao who killed One-Eyed Dragon, who listened to his orders the most. Now, it was Ling Xiao who made the Twin Flowers pirates punish Water God Temple. He had to admit that not only was Ling Xiao's cultivation talent extremely monstrous, the most terrifying thing was that this fellow actually had a cunning and charm that ordinary geniuses didn't have. From the heavenly dragon continent to the divine phoenix continent, countless forces and countless experts were willing to serve him and help him. Moon Lady, Cold Plum, Yunya, Fluttering Snow, and now the Twin Flowers pirates. If such a monstrous genius didn't die, sooner or later, he would stir up the entire profound world. He couldn't tolerate such a freak being alive. Absolutely not. Naturally, Zhang Tianda, Python Sky, and other people who were unhappy with Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as him. Representative Yan's attacks were even more ferocious. He wanted to kill Yunya and then kill Ling Xiao. Zhang Tianda's attacks on Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow became even more brutal. Every move was ruthless, and he did not hold back at all. Cold Plum, go help Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow. Finish the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao had just gone through a battle and had a lot of things to digest and comprehend. Moreover, he had consumed a lot of energy, so he needed to rest. Therefore, finishing the battle as soon as possible and returning to Princess Yunya's residence to rest was what they should do. At that moment, something strange happened. Venerable Poisonous Soul, who had been killed by Hua Floating Light, actually stood up. However, he looked shaky and didn't look like a living person at all. You have the ability to injure Venerable Poisonous Soul. You are indeed an amazing young man, but it's too early for you to be proud. With this old woman here, you are dead. A black shadow appeared on the flywheel of Jade Wave Island. In the dark night, this black shadow looked eerie and terrifying. She was covered in a pitch-black cloak and held a walking stick that seemed to be made of some kind of bone. The person who spoke was her. What she actually came to. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Corpse Granny. That's Corpse Granny, one of the deputy island masters of Jade Wave Island. It seems that Mo Xiaoyou's death really made the island master of Jade Wave Island extremely angry. Not only did he send out the inner sect elder Venerable Poisonous Soul, but he even sent out the deputy island master. Corpse Granny is a warrior in the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. She is much stronger than Venerable Poisonous Soul. If she wants to kill Ling Xiao, I'm afraid she can do it in one move. This is really one trouble after another. This time, there is really a good show to watch. Python Sky, who was about to help Zhang Tianda and Representative Yen, breathed a sigh of relief. Without the order of the Black Python clan's first master, he didn't dare to act rashly. However, if Representative Yen of the Water Spirit Temple and Zhang Tianda of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were in danger, he would definitely help. After all, compared to Ling Xiao, these two forces were the Black Python clan's most willing allies. 8th Grotto Heaven Realm. Your Jade Wave Island really thinks highly of me. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned. He had to use all his strength to deal with someone like Venerable Poisonous Soul. Facing this corpse granny, he wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. He was really in trouble. Master, leave her to me. Cold Plum took the initiative to step forward and said, You can't easily use your half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivation. How about this? I'll give you a portion of the human monarch's power. Don't force yourself. Ling Xiao still had 6 portions of the human monarch's power in his body. This time, he gave 1 portion to Cold Plum, so there were only 5 left. However, he didn't feel the pinch. After all, as his cultivation continued to improve, the human monarch's power was becoming less and less useful to him. It could only increase his attack power. It was best to use it before he broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm. It was most suitable. Understood, Master. I will be careful. Cold Plum looked at Corpse Granny expressionlessly. Her aura began to rise from the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm to the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. Blood-red killing intent had already completely enveloped her. At this moment, she was the most dangerous killing god in the night. Ghost. Heavens! How high is that girl's cultivation? Why does it feel like there's no upper limit? Is she more talented than Ling Xiao? I don't understand. I really don't understand. The crowd once again began to discuss animatedly. They were completely stunned by Lung Mei's sudden burst of strength. He. Corpse Granny suddenly let out a strange laugh. She looked at Cold Plum and said, The smell on your body is really nice. Your martial soul seems to be very special. For me, it's a great supplement. At this moment, compared to killing Ling Xiao, she was more interested in Cold Plum. This was because she liked the aura of Cold Plum's 2nd martial soul the most. Cold Plum didn't say anything. She unsheathed the Devil Mother-Child sword and charged towards Corpse Granny. Corpse Granny sneered. She waved her walking stick, and a few more corpses stood up on the ground. One-Eyed Dragon and the One-Eyed Pirates. This guy was like a witch tribe warrior from the ancient times. He could actually use witchcraft to control corpses. However, Cold Plum didn't care about these corpses. After all, corpses were just corpses. They couldn't be more powerful than the person. So what she needed to do now was to kill Corpse Granny. This way, the crisis at the scene could be resolved. Chapter 1233. Your Majesty the Sky Emperor, leave those corpses to me. Take care of your wounds. Since Hua Floating Light had already submitted to Ling Xiao, she definitely had to do something for him. She knew that she was no match for Zombie Grandma, but she could still deal with the corpses that Zombie Grandma had resurrected. Okay. Ling Xiao really needed time to heal. If the battle continued, his injuries would definitely worsen. As a result, he, who was hated by everyone, became an idle person. He sat there and healed while observing the battle. Cold Plum and Zombie Grandma's battle were evenly matched, but Zombie Grandma obviously had more battle experience. Not only could she control the corpses, but she was also extremely powerful. It was easier for Hua Floating Light to deal with the corpses, but she couldn't end the battle in a short time. Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui, and Zhang Tianda were at a disadvantage in the battle, but the outcome wouldn't be decided in a short time. On the other hand, the battle between Yunya and Representative Yen was a battle of tacit understanding. It was actually very easy for Yunya to kill Representative Yen, but she didn't do so. Although she also wanted to cooperate with Ling Xiao, she wasn't Ling Xiao's subordinate. So, It was enough for her to block Representative Yen for Ling Xiao. There was no need to kill Representative Yen for Ling Xiao and become enemies with the water god temple. Such a situation made the onlookers exclaim in joy. When had they ever seen so many Grotto Heaven realm warriors fighting? It was too shocking. Looks like someone's going to end up with nothing. Ling Xiao looks like he's all alone and doesn't have any power, but whoever wants to take his life will always fail. Isn't he a little too many friends? Yeah, the one-eyed pirates will definitely die in vain. Bibbo Island won't gain any advantage. As for the Water God Temple, not only did they lose the one-eyed pirates, but they also lost the Twin Flowers pirates. They can only rebuild their power in the City of Sin. It's not that I don't understand. It's just that the world is changing too quickly. Why do I feel that every time Ling Xiao is about to be killed, the outcome is always different from what we imagined? It's not that the world is changing fast, but that we know too little about Ling Xiao. Do any of you know his true strength? Many people were unable to answer this question. They felt that Ling Xiao's cultivation should be at 10 Directions Heaven, but was it really so? Even if it was true, Ling Xiao's battle prowess was most likely above Shi Fang Tian's cultivation. After a while, Ling Xiao's internal injuries were completely healed. Medicinal pills, combined with the healing ability of the Eye of the Holy King, was really not a problem for Ling Xiao. After his body recovered, Ling Xiao turned his gaze to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and Jade Ripple Island's martial artists. These people were all just Deva Realm martial artists. Although the numbers were not few, in front of Ling Xiao, they were merely clay dogs and pottery chickens. Especially when Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to the early stage 10 Directions Heaven, and after comprehending Sword Domain, these people had no way of doing anything to him. His gaze revealed a hint of a cold smile, his face lifting up with some treachery. You all want to kill me. I'll make you all annihilate, not leaving a single one alive. What Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? What Jade Ripple Island? Provoke me, Ling Xiao, provoke my celestial empire. Die. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's people and Jade Ripple Island's people all saw Ling Xiao's expression and felt the powerful pressure that Ling Xiao released towards them. Each of their bodies could not help trembling a little, endlessly terrified in their hearts. Not good. That lunatic is going to make a move against us. Although fearful, Jade Ripple Island and Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's martial artists were also considered veterans in the pugilistic world in the end. Facing a 17-year-old brat, although they were terrified for the sake of face, it was still impossible to slip away like this. If that was really the case, it would be too embarrassing. Ling Xiao, you thief, what are you trying to do? Could it be that you want to become enemies with our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Jade Ripple Island? The two groups of people asked the same question. Nonsense. You all want to kill me. Can I kill you all? If you die, don't blame me. Those who kill will be killed. It's that simple. Ling Xiao felt that these people were really funny. Become enemies with them? Now that they were already like fire and water, they actually said such words. Could it be that these people's brains were flooded with water? Everyone, don't be afraid of him. He's just one person. With hundreds of us joining forces, could it be that we're still not a match for him? Although they were afraid in their hearts, the people of Jade, Ripple Island, and Heavenly Dragon Trading Company gathered together because they knew that it was useless to escape at this time. They could only resist. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to let them leave alive. Looking at the actions of these people, Ling Xiao did not say anything else. His sword domain reappeared. In the world of mountains and rivers behind him, the light of the scarlet sun became even brighter. Radiant sword domain. It could illuminate everything, and it could also kill everything. It could destroy everything. The sound of swords whistling continuously sounded, forming a battle song of slaughter. Fight. Among the hundreds of martial artists, 2/3 chose to fight Ling Xiao head-on. They attacked one after another and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The other group of people turned around and fled. They had already seen the terror of Ling Xiao's sword domain. It could even injure Venerable Poison Soul, who was at the third grotto heaven realm cultivation. How could they, these heaven realm martial artists, resist? So they had to escape. Whether it was those who rushed over or those who fled, they were all enveloped by Ling Xiao's radiant sword domain. Ling Xiao's face revealed a mocking smile. Rays of sword light shot out like the rays of the scarlet sun. These people came here from afar to take his life. If he did not entertain them well, wouldn't it be a bit too unworthy of these people's hospitality? Sword light flew. Screams sounded one after another. The martial artists of Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and Jade Ripple Island were involved in this killing rain of swords. No one was able to escape. They watched helplessly as their bodies were pierced by those rays of light. Bone-piercing pain came from their bodies one after another, causing them to tremble all over. Why? Why did we die? We clearly only came to kill an insignificant person. In the Jianghu, why? We can't accept this. Whether it was the martial artists of Heavenly Dragon Trading Company or Jade Ripple Island, there was only one thought in their minds at this moment, and that was regret and unwillingness. They came with Zhang Tianda, Corpse Grandma, and Venerable Poison Soul. When they came, they were in high spirits. Wasn't it just to kill a heaven realm insignificant person? Any one of them could do it. How could there be any danger? But now, the cruel reality told them a truth, and that was to never underestimate those unknown insignificant people. Perhaps their small bodies contained the most terrifying power. Evil creature! Stop it! Corpse Grandma and Zhang Tianda almost shouted at the same time.